The KYCA Sports Spectacular is on the air. Today's game features the Yavapai College Rough Rider baseball team against Cochise College's Apaches. Today's game is brought to you by Yavapai College. With expert instructors, small class sizes, and affordable tuition, Yavapai College will connect you to your future. And now with the call of today's game, here's KYCA's John Rust.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Rough Rider Park on the campus of Yavapai College in Prescott, Arizona. John Rust with you, and we are very pleased today to be bringing you our first live stream of Yavapai College baseball for the 2020 season. The Rough Riders ranked number 8 in the country in the latest NJCAA national poll. They are playing host to Cochise College in a doubleheader, 7 innings for Game 1 and 9 innings for Game 2. Yavapai, they come into today with a 17-2 overall record. Cochise, they are 12-6. So let's get you up to date with the starting lineups here. First of all, for the visiting Cochise Apaches, leading it off is the shortstop, Jimmy De Leon. Batting second and catching is Hernan Yanez. Batting third, the left fielder, Steven Saunders. Hitting in the cleanup spot is the center fielder, Fernando Brazaban. Batting fifth and playing first base is Ryan Majdik. Batting sixth is the third baseman, Cameron Pearson. Batting seventh and DHing today is Alex Stinnett. Batting eighth, the right fielder, Ismail Pontiac. And batting ninth and playing second base is Chris Matthey. For the Rough Riders, defensively, Cameron Jowisis is at first base. CJ Valdez is the second baseman. At short is Willie Cano. And at short is Christian Encarnacion Strand. Outfield from left to right goes Lance Kelly, Amari Barti, and Danny Martin. Josh Romero is behind the plate. And on the mound for the Rough Riders in Game 1, it's Riley Egloff. Egloff, in his sophomore season, he is 3-1 for Yavapai so far this season with a 2.05 ERA, 25 strikeouts, and just 4 walks in 22 innings of work. Egloff was also the winning pitcher in Game 1 last Friday when the Rough Riders took on Chandler Gilbert. So Egloff off to a darn good start. And speaking of pitching, we were graced with the presence here prior to our game of Prescott Mayor Greg Mangarelli, who threw out the first pitch. Mangarelli's first pitch, however, was low and outside. And probably after I announced that, he will probably not be doing any more Tuesday morning reports with KYCA anymore. Maybe work on the pitching there a little bit, Greg, for next time. We are ready to get going here. Jimmy De Leon will lead it off for the Apaches. De Leon hitting .328 this season with a home run and 16 RBIs. First pitch from Egloff. And that misses up and in. Ball 1 to De Leon. And we are underway with Game 1 of our doubleheader between the Rough Riders and the Apaches. Next pitch from Egloff. And that one misses low and outside. So Egloff, a bit of a shaky start here as he trails in the count 2 balls and no strikes to Jimmy De Leon. And that one misses low. So 3-0 the count now to De Leon as Egloff trying to get his first strike of the game. And that one's right down the pike. So 3-1 now the count to De Leon, a native of El Paso, Texas, in his sophomore year for Cochise College. Fly ball hit to center field. Going back is Barti. Back, and off against the big green wall. Rounding second on his way to third is De Leon. And De Leon slips and falls, so it will be a double. A leadoff double for Jimmy De Leon. And this will bring the catcher, Hernan Yanez, to the plate. Yanez this season struggling in the first month of the 2020 campaign. He is hitting just a .152 with 2 RBIs. Last year, Yanez in his freshman season was named to the All-ACCAC second team. Right now, Yanez with a good RBI chance here with De Leon at second base and nobody out to start off game one of our doubleheader. Liner to left field. Kelly chasing after it. Diving catch attempted. No good. Ball gets by Kelly. Rounding third. On his way to home is De Leon. Coming into third is Yanez, and he will have a stand-up triple. 2 extra base hits for the Apaches to start things off, and they already have a 1-0 lead over Yavapai with Steven Saunders batting. Saunders so far this season hitting .373 with 13 RBIs, 10 doubles. So Riley Egloff in a bit of a jam here to get things going. Fastball that misses low, ball 1. Egloff looks in for the sign from Romero. Now comes set. And there's a fly ball foul down the third baseline and into the trees surrounding Rough Rider Park. So a ball and a strike to Steven Saunders. Next pitch from Egloff. And that one just misses low. 2 balls, 1 strike now to Saunders. Saunders from Sierra Vista, Arizona. Yanez, the runner at third. Nobody out here in the top of the first, and Cochise already up 1-0. Chopper against the netting behind the plate, and the count goes even to Saunders. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gorgeous afternoon for baseball here in Prescott, Arizona. Sunny skies, and it's about 57 degrees. 2-2 pitch from Egloff. Coming, eventually. And another chopper foul. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Saunders. Fernando Brazaban waiting on deck for the Apaches. Egloff comes set. And a liner foul against the netting, so 3 straight foul balls off the bat of Sanders. Saunders, who has a .576 slugging percentage this year. Swing and a miss, strike 3. First out of the game for Riley Egloff and his first strikeout. 1 down, Fernando Brazaban to bat. Brazaban in his freshman year, hailing from the Dominican Republic. He's hitting .293 with 2 homers and 12 RBIs. Yanez still standing at third for Cochise. And that pitch misses outside. So 1 ball, no strikes to Brazaban. Next pitch coming from Egloff. Swing and a miss. 1-1 now the count to Brazaban. Ryan Majdick waiting on deck for the Apaches. They already have a 1-0 lead in this game. That ball gets away from the catcher Romero. Here comes Yanez, and he will score on the wild pitch from Egloff. And now Cochise up 2-0. So the Apaches off to a good start in this game. as Bradshaw now bats with the bases empty. 2 balls and 1 strike now to the Cochise center fielder. And that one's right down the pike. So the count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bradshaw. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down, and here's Ryan Majdick. Majdick this season hitting .234 with a homer and 4 RBIs, as Egloff, after giving up a double and a triple to the first 2 batters, has struck out the next 2 for Cochise, as he looks to hold the line here for Yavapai. And that one inside gets away from the catcher Romero to the backstop. So 1 ball, no strikes to Majdick, who hails from Beamsville, Ontario, located on the shores of Lake Ontario, which of course takes in what Lake Erie can send her. Love that song from Gordon Lightfoot, wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Low and outside, so 2 balls and no strikes. Next pitch coming from Egloff. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Majdick. Swing and a miss again. And Egloff evens up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Egloff looking in, getting the sign from Romero. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Egloff, after giving up extra base hits to the first 2 batters he faces, fans the next 3 and limits the damage done by Cochise in this inning. 2 runs on 2 hits. Nobody left on. We head to the bottom of the first here at Rough Rider Park. Our score, Cochise 2, Yavapai College nothing. And again, folks, we thank you very much for joining us here on our KYCA.info live stream of Yavapai College baseball, our first Yavapai game of 2020. And we'll have plenty more to bring you, not just from Yavapai baseball, but also from Yavapai softball, along with Prescott baseball and softball, and Bradshaw Mountain baseball and softball.
Just a reminder that this is a non-smoking facility, and that includes vaping.
Now let's give you the starting lineup here for Yavapai College. Leading it off is the second baseman, C.J. Valdez. Shortstop, Willie Cano hits second. Batting third and playing third is Christian Encarnacion Strand. Jack Silverman, he's the DH. He will bat cleanup. Batting fifth and playing right field is Danny Martin. Amare Barti is the center fielder. He will bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing first is Cameron Joisis. Batting eighth and catching is Josh Romero. And batting ninth is the left fielder, Lance Kelly. Defensively for Cochise, Ryan Majdick is at first, Chris Matthey at second, Jimmy DeLeon is the shortstop, and Cameron Pearson is at third. Outfield from left to right goes Steven Saunders, Fernando Brazaban, and Ismail Pontiac. Hernan Yanez is catching, and on the mound is Nate Rolacek, as he will face C.J. Valdez, and a fastball in there for a strike. Rolacek this season for Cochise, 2-1 with a 2.95 ERA. And a liner foul off the netting. So Valdez finds himself quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch on the way from Rolacek. Up high, 1-2 now to Valdez, who is hitting .391 this season with 5 homers and 13 RBIs. Valdez holds up his swing as the ball gets away from the catcher, Yanez. And the count now even to Valdez, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Valdez, who had a walk-off single in Game 1 Wednesday versus Mesa. A 3-2 win for the Rough Riders in that one. And there's a high pop-up that's going to go foul and out of play. So Valdez stays alive. Count still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yavapai down 2-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. High fly ball to center field. Brazaban coming in, and he will make the catch for out number 1. And this will bring Willie Cano to the plate. Cano, a transfer from Cal Poly, hitting .469 with a home run and 15 RBIs as he looks at that pitch low for ball 1. Rolacek not wasting any time here, working pretty quickly for Cochise. And that one just misses the corner. And Cano ahead in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. There's a pop-up foul off the netting over the Yavapai dugout. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Cano. Pitch on the way from Rolacek. And fastball just misses up. So 3-1 now to Cano, a graduate of Mesquite High School down in Gilbert. And another foul off the netting. And now the count goes full to Cano. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rolacek getting the sign from his catcher Yanez. The pitch. There's a liner that's going to go foul and past the bullpen. So the count remains 3-2 to Willie Cano. Second payoff pitch on the way from Nate Rolacek. There's a chopper to short. De Leon up with it. Over to first and in time for out number 2. And now this will bring the big bomber to the plate, Christian Encarnacion Strand, a 2019 NJCAA All-American First Team selection, the Conference Player of the Year, and picking up where he left off last year. As he looks at that pitch outside for a ball, 1-0 to Encarnacion Strand, who is hitting .448 this season with 9 homers and 26 RBIs. That one just misses the corner. Looks like it could be a tight strike zone today. So 2 balls, no strikes now to Encarnacion Strand. Misses low. 3-0 now to Encarnacion Strand. With the DH Jack Silverman waiting on deck should Encarnacion Strand reach base. Which he does. Ball 4. Walks him on 4 pitches. So Encarnacion Strand is aboard with 2 outs and Jack Silverman the batter. Silverman, the DH for Yavapai today. He's hitting .346 with a home run and 18 RBIs. And there's a bouncer to second. The flip from De Leon to Matthew covering the bag is in time. Fielder's choice ends the inning. After 1 inning of play here at Rough Rider Park, our score, Cochise College 2 and Yavapai College nothing. We'll take a break and be back with inning number 2 after this. Welcome back to Yavapai College. John Rust with you here. Thank you very much for joining us here on another Sports Spectacular live stream of local sports as we bring you our first Yavapai College baseball live stream of 2020. Right now, not looking so good for the Rough Riders here in the early going as they trail 2-0 to Cochise College. The Apaches will send Cameron Pearson, Alex Stinnett, and Ismail Pontiac to the plate here in the top of the second. And Pearson, third baseman, digs in. Pearson this season hitting .271 with 7 RBIs, also 3 doubles. And there's a roller to short. Cano up with it. Throws to first. 1 pitch, 1 out. So far, it looks like after Egloff gave up the 2 extra base hits to De Leon and Yanez to start off the game, starting to settle down. Struck out the last 3 batters he faced before Pearson, and now this will bring Alex Stinnett to the plate. That pitch misses outside for a ball on Stinnett, who's batting a .07 this year with a homer and 7 RBIs. And there's a fly ball to center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Third hit of the day for Cochise, as Stinnett is a 1-out base runner. And this will bring Ismail Pontiac to the plate. Pontiac, a freshman from France. Didn't even know they had that much baseball over in France, but Cochise thought highly of him and got him on their team. Pontiac hitting a .48 with 2 RBIs this season as he watches that one miss outside. So 1-0 the count to Pontiac. And, well, hello to everyone in France who's tuned into our live stream to watch Ismail Pontiac play. Next pitch from Egloff. And that one misses low. So 2 balls and no strikes now to Pontiac, as Yavapai College head coach Ryan Cogill making a trip out to the mound to calm down Egloff. Again, Egloff started off the game giving up a leadoff double to Jimmy De Leon and then a triple to Hernan Yanez. That made it a 1-0 game. Egloff also a wild pitch to bring home Yanez. After that, he struck out Saunders, Brazoban, and Majdik. So Coach Cogill out to have a chat with Egloff. Egloff from Littleton, Colorado, where he attended Heritage High School. In fact, he was part of a state runner-up team there at Heritage back in 2008, or 2018, I should say, excuse me. So the meeting at the mound is over. And Pontiac will step back into the batter's box with a 2-0 count. Alex Stinnett, the runner at first for Cochise. Throw back to first, and Stinnett back in plenty of time. One down here in the top of the second inning. There's a chopper to third. Encarnacion Strand has it. Over to second one. The throw to first. And around the horn. Double play to end the inning. And a nice play by Christian Encarnacion Strand to get the ball and turn 2. So the Rough Riders get out of a wee bit of a jam there in the top of the second inning. We head to the bottom of the second with the score. Cochise 2 and Yavapai 0. Getting back to the play there from Christian Encarnacion Strand, pretty much everyone focuses on this guy's offense, legitimately so. He was one of the top hitters in the ACCAC last year, but don't forget that Encarnacion Strand also won a Gold Glove last year. And again, not a lot of focus put on his defense, but he has done a good job flashing the leather, not only at third base, but also at first. So, goes to show you what kind of talent he has where he can play both the corner positions. And you got to figure that could also help him out in this year's draft as well. I'm sure teams like to look at guys who say, well, you know what? We like this guy's talent, but we're already stacked at third base. But he can also play first base too, so we can maybe move him over there. Nate Rolichek getting ready to work his second inning for the Apaches. And he will face Danny Martin, Amari Barti, and Cameron Joisis. Martin coming to the plate now for Yavapai to get the bottom of the second going. Martin in his freshman season hitting .324 with a home run and 7 RBIs. That one misses high and outside. So 1-0 the count to Danny Martin. High fly ball to center field. Coming in is Brazaban, and he will make the catch for out number 1. Now Amari Barti will come to the plate for Yavapai. Barti, he is hitting .417 through 5 games this season. Also has 3 RBIs as he pops that one foul off the netting over the Rough Rider dugout. So no balls, 1 strike now to Barti. Holds up his swing as that one bounces in the dirt. Count goes even now to Barti, a ball and a strike. Barti, a native of Phoenix. And that one clips the upper arm of Barti, and he is aboard. Going to leave a bruise, but I think he'll take that one to get on base. So Barti, a 1-out base runner for Cameron Joisis. Joisis batting .359 this season with a home run and 6 RBIs. Fly ball to deep right field, going back, and way back! And just like that, we are tied 2-2 on the 2-run homer by Cameron Joisis. His second dinger of the season, RBIs number 7 and 8 for Joisis. So that changes the complexion of this game quickly. 2-2 the score with Josh Romero, the catcher, now batting. There's a chopper through the hole. It's a base hit. First pitch swinging for Romero as he singles to left field. And it looks like we'll get a pinch runner in for Romero, and that will be Clark Eder. So Lance Kelly will now come to the plate for Yavapai. Looking to keep the hit parade going here for the Rough Riders as he tries to lay down a bunt, but it goes foul. Kelly batting .343 with 11 RBIs. 2-2 our score after the Cameron Joisis home run. And now Eder, the pinch runner or courtesy runner over at first base for Yavapai. And a little off-speed pitch that's in there for a strike. So Kelly in the hole now, 0-2. And that one gets away from the catcher. And there goes Eder to second. He will slide in safely on the wild pitch. And now the go-ahead run in scoring position for the Rough Riders. 1-2 the count to the Rough Rider left fielder. Pitch on the way from Rolichek. There's a fly ball to left field. Saunders goes over and makes the catch for out number 2 as Eder retreats safely back to second base. That'll bring us back to the top of the order, and C.J. Valdez. Valdez 0 for 1. He flied out to center his first time up. And that one just hits the corner. 0-1 now the count to Valdez, a graduate of Perry High School down in Gilbert. And that one, looks like it hit the handle of his bat. I thought that might have got a piece of Valdez, but apparently not. So now Valdez in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Rolacek looking in for the sign from Yanez. Comes set. Big lead off the bag at second by Eder. The pitch. High fly ball, and that's going to go foul and out of play. And Valdez stays alive, no balls and 2 strikes. C.J. Valdez, he is on a 13-game hitting streak. Looking to extend it to 14. Rolacek comes set, delivers. Swing and a miss. Oh, no, I'm going to say that Valdez got a piece of that ball, so it's foul. And Valdez keeps alive at the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. And it looks like Coach Todd Engelhart going to come out to the mound. Coach Engelhart in his 21st season at the helm of Cochise College. Actually cut his teeth in coaching right here at Yavapai College many years ago, where he served as an assistant coach and has gone on to some great success at Cochise College. In fact, last year he was named the ACCAC Coach of the Year. So the meeting at the mound over. Everyone retreats back to their position. Hernan Yanez will get into his crouch behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes to C.J. Valdez with 2 down and a runner on in the bottom of the second. Rolacek looking in, gets a sign he likes from Yanez. In the dirt. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to C.J. Valdez. Again, Rolacek taking his time. Now finally gives a nod to the head to Yanez's signal. In the dirt. And now the count goes even to Valdez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Valdez, who while at Perry High School last year was named to the All 6A Conference first team. And again, a lengthy amount of time between pitches right now for Rolacek. There's a high fly ball to shallow right field, and that will be caught by the first baseman Magic for the final out. However, Yavapai really turns around their fortunes in this inning as they get a 2-run homer off the bat of Cameron Jowisis. And at the end of 2, we are all tied up 2-2. So we'll take a break and be back after this.
I enjoy informing and educating people. It makes for a better country and a brighter future.
Rush Limbaugh.
Whatever's hot and whatever matters, guaranteed we will be talking about it. A man, a living legend, a way of life.
The Mandarin of Talk Radio. Rush.
Also known as the scariest and most dangerous man in America to the American left, and that's because I'm right.
The most listened to talk radio program in the universe.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. on the News 1490 and 103.5 FM.
And we're back here at Rough Rider Park in Prescott, Arizona. John Rust with you. Thank you very much for joining us here on our live stream of Yavapai College baseball. As we were all tied up 2-2 going into the top of the third inning, Cameron Joisis with a 2-run shot to tie up the game, and this will bring Chris Matthey to the plate. Matthey, the second baseman, batting .222 this season with a pair of RBIs. Chopper foul into the Cochise dugout. 0-1 the count to Matthey. He'll be followed by De Leon and Yanez. Next pitch on the way from Riley Egloff. There's a fly ball that is going to hook foul down the right field line. And Matthey in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Egloff looking in for the sign from Romero. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 4th K of the day for Riley Egloff. 1 down in the top of the third. Jimmy De Leon, the batter. De Leon doubled and scored his first time up. Swing and a miss. Strike 1 to De Leon. There's a liner to left field, base hit. And that's the second hit of the day for De Leon. De Leon was in a slump coming into today's game. He was just 1 for his last 16. And now he is 2 for 2. So it looks like De Leon leaving that slump of his in the rearview mirror as Hernan Yanez comes to the plate. Yanez with an RBI triple his last time up, also scored on a wild pitch. Egloff comes set. And a curve that misses way outside. A ball and no strikes to Yanez. And you do have to watch out for De Leon over at second base. He's got a pretty good lead. He also has 8 stolen bases on the season. Throw back to first, but De Leon is back safely. One ball and no strikes. The count to Hernan Yanez. Steven Saunders waiting on deck for the Cochise. Another throw back to first, and again, De Leon back safely. Next pitch on the way from Egloff. And gets that one into the zone. So a ball and a strike now to Yanez, who played his high school ball at San Luis, where along with baseball, he was also on the swim team. Misses outside. So a 2-1 count now to Yanez. Yanez, who Tuesday against Scottsdale went 0 for 6 in the doubleheader, but did have 2 walks and 2 runs scored. No hits, but still a relatively productive day for the catcher on Tuesday. Next pitch from Egloff. And there's a grounder through the hole into right field for a base hit. De Leon will hold up at second. And back-to-back singles by De Leon and Yanez. 2 on, 1 down in the top of the third for Cochise, and here is Steven Saunders. Donnie Musgrove will now come in as a courtesy runner for Yanez. Saunders 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. But Saunders definitely someone who can really hurt the Rough Riders here. Again, batting .373 coming into this game with 13 ribbies. And heading back to second is De Leon as Egloff turns. De Leon had a pretty big lead off the bag. And now gets another big lead off the bag at second. Egloff in another jam here for Yavapai, trying to work his way out of it with one down in the top of the third. We are all tied up 2-2. And a grounder right to the first baseman. Over to second and throws it away from the shortstop covering the bag. De Leon will come home and score on the throwing error. And a costly E3 there for Joisis, as that will break the tie and make it a 3-2 game as Cochise back on top. And now runners at the corners with one down for Fernando Brazaban. Brazaban fanned his last time up. Swing and a miss. 0-1 the count now to the freshman. Brazaban is 2 for his last 14. So he's looking to break out of a slump as well, and trying to do it here. And chops that one to the backstop. And now Brazaban down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Musgrove, the runner at third for the Apaches. Saunders at first. One down here in the top of the third. Swing and a miss. And Brazaban goes down on strikes for the second time today. 5th strikeout for Egloff. And a big strikeout there. 2 down. Here's Ryan Majdick. Majdick also struck out his first time up. And that pitch by Egloff misses outside. 1-0 the count to Majdick. Speaking of slumps, how about poor Ryan Majdick here? He is 0 for his last 16. And that one in the dirt, but blocked well by Romero, so the runners hold. But now, Majdick ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Musgrove at third, Saunders at first for the Apaches with 2 down in the top of the third. Cochise up 3-2. Pitch by Egloff. This is low and inside. And now it is 3-0 to Majdick. And Riley Egloff 1 pitch away from loading the bases. Egloff gets a sign he likes. Now throws and misses inside. Majdick walks on 4 straight pitches, and the bases are loaded for Cameron Pearson. Pearson grounded to short his first time up. And the Apaches looking to put a little bit of distance between them and Yavapai. They lead by just 1, 3-2 here in the top of the third. And that pitch gets away from the catcher, Romero. Here comes Musgrove home to throw, and he is safe. And another wild pitch that brings a runner home, thrown by Egloff. And here comes Coach Ryan Cogill out to the mound. And actually, it looks like one of the trainers, Jared Campbell, coming out. And it looked like Egloff was limping a bit as he went to cover home. And right now, he is... well, he was kind of doubled over, holding his knees. So hopefully no injury there. Well, they're going to give Egloff a couple of warm-up tosses to see how he does. Coach Ryan Cogill is heading back in the dugout, so that might be a good sign. Egloff might stay in the game. And the even better sign is trainer Jared Campbell is also heading off the field, so it looks like Egloff is okay. And Pearson will step back into the batter's box with a 1-0 count, and now 2 runners in scoring position with the Apaches up 4-2. And yeah, I think Egloff is doing okay as he puts that one in the zone. So a ball and a strike now to Pearson. An error and 2 wild pitches responsible for 3 Cochise runs today. This is in the dirt, so 2 balls and 1 strike now to Cameron Pearson. Pearson, a graduate of Campo Verde High School down in Gilbert. Egloff looking to try to get out of this inning. 2 down and 2 on. In the dirt again. And Egloff 1 pitch away from loading the bases again. And it looks like Yavapai is getting some action up in the bullpen. As Egloff going through some early struggles here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Pitch on the way. Misses outside, ball 4. Second straight walk given up by Egloff. And that reloads the bases for Alex Stinnett, the designated hitter. Stinnett singled his first time up for the Apaches. And fastball in there for a strike to Stinnett. 0-1 the count. So it's Steven Saunders at third, Ryan Majdick at second, and Cameron Pearson at first for Cochise, who lead at 4-2 here in the top of the third. Egloff looking in, trying to get that final out and limit the damage here from Cochise. Fly ball deep center field, going back, and against the wall, and gets away from the center fielder, Barty. 1 run scores, 2 runs score, and it's a bases clearing triple for Alex Stinnett. Well, they say walks will come back to hurt you, and they certainly did there for Riley Egloff and the Rough Riders. As it is now a 7-2 ball game. Cochise on top. Ismail Pontiac, the batter, as Cochise bats around in this inning. Swing and a miss for strike 1. And Pontiac hit into an around-the-horn double play, his first time up. And that pitch misses low. A ball and a strike to Pontiac. Right now, the wind kind of blowing from right to left field here at Rough Rider Park. And that one just hits the corner. So a ball and 2 strikes now to Pontiac. Riley Egloff 1 pitch away from ending this inning. And he does on a swing and a miss. So actually, Riley Egloff winds up with 3 strikeouts in this inning. However, between those Ks, there was quite a bit of action with some walks, some errors, and 5 runs scored for the Apaches. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning with our score, Cochise 7, Yavapai College 2. And hey, folks, with expert instructors, small class sizes, and affordable tuition, our sports spectacular sponsor, Yavapai College, will connect you to your future. So visit yc.edu today. Yavapai College here on the diamond, well, they now have a 5-run deficit to overcome as Nate Rolacek heads back on the mound to try and maintain this 7-2 lead from Cochise. Rolacek, who is a product of Chandler High School, and what a career he had there for Chandler. He was a 2-time All-Premier Region first-team selection as he gets set to face Willie Cano to get things started here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And it will be Cano. And first pitch hits Cano. And I don't think Rolacek wanted to do that, especially with this guy coming to the plate, Christian Encarnacion Strand. No official at-bats today for Strand so far. He walked his first time up. Again, Strand, 9 home runs, 26 RBIs, 19 extra base hits this season. And there's a high fly ball to right field. And that will just go foul down the right field line. Sliding, trying to make the catch was Ismail Pontiac, but just couldn't come up with it. 0-1 now to Encarnacion Strand, a native of Pleasant Hill, California. Rolacek looking in for the sign from Yanez. Throws back to first, and back safely is Willie Cano. Rough Riders down 7-2 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And that one inside, as Encarnacion Strand holds up on his swing. So a ball and a strike now to Encarnacion Strand. Rolacek comes set on the mound. The pitch. There's a high fly ball to right field, going back, and no. Oh, it is out of here! A 2-run blast by Christian Encarnacion Strand, his 10th homer of the year. And I thought for a second Pontiac was able to leap and make the catch, but the ball just cleared the fence. And that'll put the Rough Riders right back in the game. It is now 7-4 on the 10th home run of the season for Christian Encarnacion Strand. And that ball certainly had one high launch angle. If anyone cares about launch angle, as the ball just left the park, that's really all that matters, as Jack Silverman chops that one foul. So 0-1 the count now to the Yavapai designated hitter, who's 0 for 1 today, grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. And doesn't hold off on his swing there. So 0-2 now the count to Silverman. And that one misses outside. Rolchek probably hoping that Silverman would swing at that, but he did not take the bait. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Silverman. Misses on that one. 2-2 now the count to Silverman. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 7-4 our score. Rough Riders trail by 3. The pitch. And that one just hits the corner for strike 3. And that is strikeout number 1 today for Nate Rolachek. 1 down, here's Danny Martin. Martin 0 for 1, flied out to center his first time up. First pitch from Rolachek misses for a ball, 1-0 the count. To the freshman from Langley, British Columbia. Another one that misses outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Martin. Swing and a miss. And a fastball high, so 2 balls and 1 strike now to Martin. Next pitch from Rolachek. And that one finds the zone, and the count goes even to Martin. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So after the Encarnacion Strand home run, Rolachek comes back to strike out the next 2 Rough Riders he faces. 2 down, and here's Amari Barty. Barty hit by a pitch and scored his first time up. And that one hits the corner for strike 1. 0-1 to Barty. The pitch, and time called. As that one hits the screen behind home plate. Oh, 0-1 the count to Barty. The pitch. And there's a curve that misses inside, so 1-1 the count. Hey, folks, right now in the 4th inning, Yavapai softball up over Central Arizona 6-2. Called strike. 1-2 now the count to Barty. And we'll be live streaming you some select Yavapai softball games as well this year on KYCA.info. And that one misses way outside. Count now even to Amari Barty. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch coming from Rolachek. And there's a grounder. Fielded by the 3rd baseman. Long throw to first, and not going to be in time as Majdik had to leap to make the catch. So an infield single for Barty to keep the inning alive. 2 down, here's Cameron Joisis. Joisis had a 2-run homer his first time up. That was his 2nd jack of the year. And now 8 RBIs as well for Joisis. Pretty good lead off the bag at first there for Barty. Throw it back to first, and in time as a half slide and half stumble by Barty to get back to the bag. Didn't look pretty, but he's safe, and well, that's all that counts. Curve that misses inside. So 1-0 now the count to Joisis. Next pitch coming from Rolachek. And there's a pop-up. And that is going to go foul and out of play behind the Rough Rider dugout. Count even now, a ball and a strike to Joisis. Amari Barty, the runner on first for Yavapai. 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Rough Riders trail 7-4. Up high. 2-1 now the count to Joe Isis. In fact, Joe Isis had his first home run of the year on Wednesday versus Mesa. Doubleheader sweep for Yavapai on Wednesday. Another pop-up, and that will also go foul and out of play. Count still even at Joe Isis, 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Rolacek now trying to get out of this inning. As Yavapai trying to claw their way back into this game as they're down by 3, 7-4. Next pitch coming for Rolacek. Correction, throw back to first, and just getting back to the bag safely is Barty. Rolacek looking in for the sign from Yanez. Pitch coming. Another pop-up that's going to go foul and out of play as the battle continues between Nate Rolacek on the mound and Cameron Joisis at the plate. Again, 2-2 with 2 down in the bottom of the third. Next pitch coming from Rolacek. No. Throw back to first again, and again, Barty back safely. Back in the box is Joisis. And again, it's a 2-2 count to the Yavapai first baseman. And another throw back to first, and once again, back safely is Barty. As right now, it's pretty much Rolacek and Majdik having a catch. And Joice is saying, I wonder when this guy's going to pay attention to me. He does here. Ball gets away, and not far enough for Barty to advance. Running that ball down is Yanez. But that will bring the count full to Joisis, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch coming from Rolacek. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that will do it for Yavapai in the bottom of the third. However, Christian Encarnacion Strand strikes with his 10th home run of the year to make our score Cochise 7, Yavapai 4. We'll take a break and be back after this.
This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Well, I'd argue by every measure we are. The best employment situation in the country since 1969. Every demographic group in the country is doing dramatically better. The president has a list of accomplishments. I don't even know where to start.
The Sean Hannity Show, weekdays at 1 on the News 1490.
Welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you. And it's the 4th inning, top of the 4th inning, between Yavapai and Cochise, with the Apaches up 7-4. As Riley Egloff, who's definitely had his struggles today, but he will come back out for the 4th inning of work for him, and he will face Chris Matthey to start off the 4th. And that's a chopper foul down the third baseline. Matthey 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. Egloff with 6 strikeouts today. And that one's right down the pike. And Egloff ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. After Matthew, it'll be De Leon and Yanez. Next pitch coming from Egloff. And there's a pop-up. And second baseman C.J. Valdez will put that one away for out number 1. Well, now here comes a challenge for Egloff as he will face Jimmy De Leon. De Leon 2 for 2. He has singled and doubled and also scored twice. Chopper foul into the Cochise dugout. Top of the order has really been a bugaboo for Egloff today. Both De Leon and Yanez 2 for 2, 4 runs scored. And that one just misses the corner. So a ball and a strike now to De Leon. Another chopper foul to the Cochise dugout. So now De Leon in the hole, a ball and 2 strikes. As Egloff tries to retire the Cochise shortstop for the first time today. The pitch. And there's a liner that's going to go foul down the left field line. De Leon stays alive, a ball and 2 strikes. 7-4 our score. Cochise on top of Yavapai. Rough Riders ranked number 8 in the nation in the latest NJCAA national poll. And there's a pop-up that's going to go foul and out of play. And De Leon battling Egloff here in the top of the 4th. Just a reminder, folks, it is a 7-inning Game 1 in ACCAC doubleheaders. 9 innings for Game 2. And a pop-up, actually a fly ball to right center field. And it will be the right fielder, Danny Martin, to put it away for out number 2. So for the first time today, Riley Egloff able to win the battle against Jimmy De Leon. 2 down, and here's Hernan Yanez. Yanez, who has also been a thorn in the side today of Egloff. He has singled and tripled, scored twice, and has driven in a run. Pitch misses low. Ball 1 to Hernan Yanez. Now with 3 RBIs. And that one hits Yanez. And for the 3rd time today, Hernan Yanez reaches base. 2 down, here is Steven Saunders. Donnie Musgrove will once again be the courtesy runner for Yanez. Saunders 0 for 2. He reached on an error by the first baseman, Joisis, last time up, then came around and scored. Fastball in there for a strike to Saunders. 0-1 the count to the Cochise left fielder. And that pitch misses up high. Steven Saunders, while playing high school ball down in Sierra Vista, was named the 2018 Southern Region Offensive Player of the Year. Throw back to first, and Musgrove back safely. Count even to Saunders, a ball and a strike. with 2 down here in the top of the 4th. Pitch on the way from Egloff. Correction, he's going to throw back to first. And once again, Musgrove back safely. And again, Egloff with a look back to Musgrove at first. And again, throws back to first. Wasn't like Musgrove had a very big lead off the bag. Egloff, who was actually drafted out of high school by the Miami Marlins in 2018, but was the 1,077th overall pick, decided to come here to Yavapai to hopefully improve his draft stock in the future. And there's a grounder to second. Nice sliding catch there by Valdez. Throw to first in time for the out. And, well, certainly one of the easier innings that Riley Egloff has had today. As we head to the bottom of the 4th inning with the score, Cochise 7 and Yavapai 4, as this time Cochise unable to touch up Egloff for any runs. Again, as I mentioned before, Egloff, drafted by the Miami Marlins, chose to play at college instead, and what a great high school career he had for Heritage High School in Littleton. 203 career strikeouts for Heritage, along with 20 wins and a career 2.60 ERA, and also making the all-state first team while he played high school. Nate Rolacek back on the mound for Cochise to start the bottom of the 4th inning. As Yavapai, again, they've got some ground to make up. And certainly not an insurmountable deficit here for Yavapai, down by just 3 runs, especially when you look at Cochise's pitching staff. Coming into this game today, Cochise's team ERA was 5.01. And leading it off for the Rough Riders here in the bottom of the 4th, the catcher Josh Romero, who singled his first time up. And that one's in there for a called strike. It'll be Romero, Kelly, and Valdez to bat for Yavapai here in the bottom of the 4th. Swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes to Josh Romero. And that one sails to the backstop. So now it's a ball and 2 strikes to Romero, a native of Oxnard, California. And drop 3rd strike, so they'll have to throw down to first to record the out. Romero is down, 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th, and here's Lance Kelly. Strikeout number 4 for Nate Rolacek. And bunt shown by Kelly, but he pulls the bat back. So it's 1-0 the count to the Yavapai left fielder, who is 0 for 1. Flied out to left his first time up. Fastball hits the inside corner for a strike. 1-1 now the count to Kelly. Another fastball in there, and Rolacek ahead in the count. A ball and 2 strikes to Lance Kelly, the native of Castle Rock, Colorado. And hello to all the folks in Castle Rock watching our live stream as that ball hits the dirt. And the count goes even to Kelly, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kelly holds up his swing. And that gets called a ball. So the count goes full to Lance Kelly. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Payoff pitch coming from Rolacek. And ball 4. Kelly takes his base. He's a 1-out base runner. Lance Kelly, a .419 on base percentage. And that'll jack it up there after that walk. And up to the plate now, C.J. Valdez, who made a nice defensive play to end the top of this inning at second. Valdez 0 for 2. He's popped out and flied out today. Misses low for ball 1 to Valdez. Valdez, his 13-game hitting streak in jeopardy. Throw to first and not in time. Kelly easily back to the bag. Want to know the count to C.J. Valdez in his freshman season here at Yavapai. Big swing and a miss. And that one goes for naught. That'll even up the count. A ball and a strike to Valdez. Rolacek getting the sign from Yanez. The pitch. And there's a liner through the hole between short and third into left field for a base hit. And Yavapai has 2 on with 1 out for Willie Cano. Well, Cano got bruised his last time at bat. That means he got hit by a pitch. Officially, he is 0 for 1 at the plate today. He's also grounded out to short. But now Cano with a chance to do a little bit of damage and get Yavapai closer to Cochise. Again, Rough Riders down 7-4 here in the bottom of the 4th. Bunt shown by Cano. Ball gets away from Yanez, and both runners will advance safely. And thanks to the wild pitch, Yavapai now has 2 runners in scoring position and 1 down. And Willie Cano can make this a 1-run game with 1 swing of the bat. As Yanez heading out for a brief chat with his pitcher, Nate Rolacek. Cano, he is on a 7-game hitting streak for Yavapai. Long stare into the catcher by Rolacek. Now he comes set. And a pop-up that's going to go foul and out of play. So a ball and a strike now to the Yavapai shortstop, who came into today with a .755 slugging percentage. And that one just misses the outside corner. Good eye there by Cano. And that'll run the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Kelly at third, Valdez at second for the Rough Riders. As again, a long stare into the plate by Nate Rolacek. Up high, 3-1 the count. And now Rolacek a pitch away from walking the bases loaded. And guess who's standing on deck? Christian Encarnacion Strand. And if you're an opposing pitcher, that's not the guy you want up at bat with the bases loaded. There's a chopper up the middle, fielded by the shortstop De Leon. Throw to first, and in time, but on the grounder to short, Lance Kelly scores. So a productive out there for Cano, and that will make it a 7-5 game. Yavapai down by 2. And they're going to intentionally walk Christian Encarnacion Strand. They're not going to take a chance with him. So this will bring Jack Silverman to the plate. Silverman 0 for 2 today. He has struck out and grounded out. So now it's Valdez at third, Encarnacion Strand at first. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Yavapai down by 2. It's 7-5. Pitch by Rolacek. And Silverman holds up his swing. 1-0 the count. And it's not like Silverman is a punch and Judy hitter here. Batting .346 this year with a homer and 18 RBIs, a .538 slugging percentage. So it's not like Rolacek is going to have an easy time with him. In the dirt again. 2-0 now the count to the Yavapai DH. Silverman back in the box. Encarnacion Strand at first, representing the tying run for Yavapai. Fastball right down the middle. So 2-1 now to Silverman, a graduate of Desert Mountain High School, where during his career there, he drove in 52 runs. Swing and a miss. And that'll bring the count to an even 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Rolacek trying to get out of this inning, maintaining Cochise's lead. Rolacek looking in for the sign. He gets it. Comes set. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout there for Nate Rolacek. And that is his 5th K of the day as the 4th inning comes to an end. However, Yavapai gets another run back. And as we head to the top of the 5th inning, our score, Cochise 7, Yavapai 5. We'll be back after this.
Honestly provocative talk radio on the Lars Larson Show.
Presidential candidate Bernie Sanders wants everything to be free, but you wouldn't believe what the bill comes to. Medical care is going to be free in the Bernie Sanders presidency. Also energy. Oh, and jobs, they're going to go away, but you won't have to buy anything because the government will be buying everything for you. The bill comes to $57 billion. How are we going to pay for all that? Oh, I know. We're going to tax the rich.
The Lars Larson Show, Saturdays at 4 p.m. on the News 1490.
Welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you here as we are getting set for the top of the 5th inning. Yavapai trailing Cochise 7-5. Rough Riders were down 7-2 at one point in this game, so they are scratching their way back as Riley Egloff gets ready to work his 5th inning of the day for the Rough Riders. He'll face the heart of the order here in the top of the 5th. Fernando Brazaban, Ryan Majdick, and Cameron Pearson. Rough day at the plate for Brazaban as he is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. First pitch misses. 1-0 the count. Egloff delivers. And there's a sharp grounder, not fielded by Valdez. He had to range a long way to try to get that one, but it rolls to the left fielder, Danny Martin, and that's a leadoff single for Brazaban. Ryan Majdick now the batter for Cochise. He is 0 for 1, but he did walk his last time up and scored for the Apaches. Been a tough day on the mound for Riley Egloff. Throws back to first. Back safely is Brazaban. Egloff looking in for the sign from Romero. Misses outside. A ball and no strikes now to Majdick, a graduate of Blessed Trinity High School in Beamsville, Ontario. And hello to all the folks up in Beamsville watching our live stream here on KYCA.info. Swing and a miss and a fastball on the inside, and that will make it 1 ball and 1 strike to Majdick. Majdick in his sophomore season for Cochise. Last year hit .330 for the Apaches with 5 homers and 41 RBIs. Chopper fouled to the backstop. And Majdick now behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Fernando Brazaban, the runner on first for the Apaches. First meeting of the year between these two clubs. They will meet again next month down at Cochise High School, or excuse me, Cochise College. Another throw back to first, and that is also not in time to get Brazaban. Egloff comes set. 1-2 pitch on the way. Chopper foul and off the glove of the first baseman, Joisis. Actually, the next meeting between these two teams will take place on April 5th down at Cochise College along the Arizona-Mexico border. Count still a ball and 2 strikes to Ryan Majdick. Not too big a lead off of first by Brazaban. Brazaban goes, but it's foul to the backstop. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Majdick as Brazaban heads back to first. Top of the 5th here in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Yavapai trailing 7-5. Egloff checks the runner at first again. There's a liner to right center field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Fielded by Martin. And he gets into the cutoff man as Brazaban pulls into third base. On the single by Majdick, back-to-back singles by the Apaches. Still nobody out. Cameron Pearson, the batter. Rough Riders, they do have action up in the bullpen. Pearson 0 for 1. He walked and scored his last time up. He's also grounded to short. And now he has runners at the corners with nobody out here in the 5th. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Now Majdick looking to plate 3 on that swing. However, he whiffs, so it's 0-1 to the Cochise first baseman. Or the third baseman, excuse me. Next pitch coming from Egloff. That one misses inside, so a ball and a strike now to Pearson. Pearson, who last year playing for Campo Verde High School, is named the Santan Region Player of the Year. Swing and a miss. A ball and 2 strikes now to Cameron Pearson. Pearson, during his career at Campo Verde, hit .455 with 9 homers and 79 RBIs. And time called by Pearson as he steps out of the box. Brazaban at third and Majdick at first for Cochise. Nobody out here in the top of the 5th. Apaches up by 2, looking to increase their lead. The 1-2 pitch coming from Egloff. And hits the corner for strike 3. 7th strikeout of the day for Riley Egloff. First out of the inning, and this will bring Alex Stinnett to the plate. Great day at the plate by Stinnett, as he has gone 2 for 2 with a single, a triple, and 3 runs driven in. And now we're going to have a confab on the mound. And folks, be sure to go to Facebook and like the KYCA News 1490 AM, 103.5 FM Facebook page to keep you all up to date on what's happening around our community and what programs we will have on the air, what programs we will be live streaming, as Yavapai coach Ryan Cogill heading out to the mound, and I think this might do it for Riley Egloff. I think that little confab was just to give the bullpen a few more warm-up pitches. So Egloff will come out after going 4 1/3 innings today. And we will have a new pitcher come in for the Rough Riders. And we will give you his number momentarily. And it looks like it's going to be Bobby Meza, and it is Bobby Meza, now the new pitcher for the Rough Riders. Meza in his sophomore season here at Yavapai. So far this season, 2-0 with a 3.38 ERA, 2 saves, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk in 5 innings of work. And Meza was the winning pitcher in Game 1 of Wednesday's doubleheader with Mesa. So a rough outing for Riley Egloff, as he will head back into the Yavapai College locker room. And Bobby Meza will come in and try to hold the line for Yavapai and give them a shot to come back. Top of the 5th here at Rough Rider Park. It's 7-5 Cochise. The Apaches with runners at the corners and 1 out here in the 5th. Yavapai, they are 7-1 in the ACCAC. In fact, there's a 3-way tie for first in the conference between Yavapai, Central Arizona, and South Mountain, all 3 with 7-1 conference records. Cochise, well, they are in second place behind those 3, as they are 5-3 in the conference. And probably the team to feel bad for would be Paradise Valley. Actually, they are 9-8 overall in the season, but 1-5 in conference play. Alex Stinnett back in the batter's box for Cochise. 1 down here in the top of the 5th. And that one comes inside, almost hits Stinnett. So 1-0 the count to the Apache designated hitter. Ismail Pontiac waiting on deck for the Apaches. Fastball in there for a strike. Count even now to Stinnett, a ball and a strike. Meza looking in for the sign from Romero. The pitch. There's liner foul into the netting. Meza ahead in the count now, a ball and 2 strikes. Brazaban at third, Majdik at first for the Apaches. Next pitch coming from Bobby Meza. And that one comes inside. Fastball inside that almost gets a piece of Stinnett. Somehow he was able to avoid that. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Stinnett. Meza comes set and delivers. And there's a sharp grounder foul down the first baseline. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes to Stinnett, who I think might have broke his bat there as he's getting a new piece of lumber, or composite lumber, or whatever they make the bat out of. So again, 2-2 to Alex Stinnett. Next pitch on the way from Bobby Meza. Misses low, and the count goes full to Stinnett. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Cochise a pitch away from having the bases loaded. There's a sharp liner. That's going to go foul down the right field line. So quite the battle here between Bobby Meza on the hill and Alex Stinnett at the dish. As Meza trying to hold down the Cochise offense and keep this a close game for the Rough Riders. Payoff pitch coming. Pops it up. And that will almost a playable catch there by Encarnacion Strand as he dove into the dugout to try to get that one. Couldn't come up with it. A for effort, however, for the Yavapai third baseman. And Alex Stinnett remains alive. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes to the designated hitter. Payoff pitch coming from Meza. There's a chopper to third. Encarnacion Strand bobbles the ball, and everyone is going to be safe. And another run will score. A rare error there by the Gold Glover, Encarnacion Strand. And that makes it an 8-5 game for Cochise. And another costly error for the Rough Riders. Couple errors and a couple wild pitches, and Cochise able to take advantage of that. And this will bring Ismail Pontiac to the plate. He is 0 for 2. He's struck out and grounded into a double play. Fastball in there by Meza for strike 1. Matchstick at second for the Apaches. Stinnett at first with 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Swing and a miss. Pontiac looking to go downtown on that one, but instead got nothing but air, and he's down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Meza getting the sign from Romero. The pitch. Misses up and away, so a ball and 2 strikes now to Ismail Pontiac. Eight to 5 now the score. Cochise on top. And that one goes foul. Ball and 2 strikes to Pontiac, the right fielder for Cochise College. Meza shakes off a sign from Romero. Now gets one he likes and comes set. Checks the runner at second. Misses outside, 2-2. So Mesa struggling a little bit here with his control. Actually been a rough day all around for Yavapai pitching. Mesa comes set. Checks the runner at second again. Now comes home. Swing and a miss on an inside fastball for strike 3. Big strikeout there for Bobby Mesa. Second time today that Pontiac has gone down on strikes. And I think we might have a pinch hitter coming in for Chris Matthey as Coach Englehart comes over to the home plate umpire. And this is going to be Sean Cooper coming in for Matthey. Cooper, who hails from Peoria, Arizona. Cooper comes into the game hitting .211 with 8 RBIs this season. And again, Cooper will look to put some more distance between Cochise and Yavapai. Apaches up by 3 with runners on first and second and 2 down here in the top of the 5th. And there's a sharp grounder up the middle, fielded by Cano. He will step on the bag for the 3rd out. And that will do it for Cochise here in the top of the 5th. However, they do get a run on an error. And we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Yavapai trailing 8-5 to Cochise. Hey, folks, we got some more live stream sports action coming up for you on KYCA.info. Our next Sports Spectacular live stream is going to be on Thursday the 5th, and it will be Prescott Baseball, our first Prescott Baseball live stream this year. They will be taking on Shadow Mountain, and that game will get underway at 3:45 p.m. from the Badger Baseball Field. As Sean Cooper will now go in to play right field for Cochise College. Our next scheduled Yavapai College live stream for baseball is going to be on March 19th. Yavapai will be here at Rough Rider Park taking on Gateway College. Danny Martin leads it off for the Rough Riders here in the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Martin, Barty, and Joisis. First pitch coming from Rolacek is in the dirt for a ball. Martin 0 for 2. He has struck out and flied out to center. There's a chopper towards second. And over to first is the throw in time for out number 1. And this will bring Amari Barty to the plate. By the way, congratulations to the Yavapai College softball team. They got a 6-3 victory over Central Arizona in game 1 of their doubleheader. Pop-up foul. 0-1 the count to Barty. He is 1 for 1 today for Yavapai, though he's reached base both times he's been to the plate. As that one is in there for a strike, and Barty down on the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Barty with a single and also hit by a pitch, and he scored on the Cameron Joisis home run. Fastball misses outside. A ball and 2 strikes now to Amari Barty. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll do it for Barty. And just like that, 2 down for the Rough Riders with Cameron Joisis, the batter. Joisis 1 for 2. He has struck out and hit a 2-run homer today for Yavapai. Curve in there for a strike. 0-1 now to Joisis. And Rolacek working quickly here. Big swing and a miss, just like that. Joisis finds himself in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch from Rolacek. Misses up high. Now Rolacek looking in for the sign. Delivers. Fly ball hit to center field. Bradshaw tracking it back, and that'll go up against the wall. And that will be a stand-up double for Cameron Joisis to keep the inning alive for the Rough Riders. So Joisis at second with 2 down. And this will bring Josh Romero to the plate. And we're going to have actually Joisis standing at second now. Romero, bit of a delay as he had to get off his catcher's gear before coming to the plate. Romero 1 for 2. He has singled, and he struck out his last time at bat. In there for a strike. Oh, 0-1 the count now to Romero. In the dirt. Count goes even, a ball and a strike now to Romero. Cameron Joisis standing at second after his double. Now Rolacek looking in for the sign from Hernan Yanez. Checks the runner at second. Big lead off the bag by Joisis. Pitch in the dirt. Good block there by Yanez. So 2 balls and 1 strike now to the catcher Romero. Romero looking to cut a little bit more into that Cochise lead. Yavapai trailing by 3. And pops it up, fouling out of play. So the count remains even to Romero. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rolacek again, looking in for the sign from Yanez. And looked like Rolacek took a little bit too much time there, so Romero calls time. Steps out of the batter's box to collect himself. Now back in. 2-2 the count to Josh Romero. Next pitch coming from Rolacek. And holds up on the swing, does Romero. And the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And should Romero reach base, Lance Kelly will come to bat. Payoff pitch coming from Rolacek. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Rolacek keeps the Yavapai bats in check. We are through 5 with our score. Cochise 8 and Yavapai 5. We'll be back after this. Back here at Rough Rider Park, John Rust with you. Thank you very much for joining us here on our KYCA.info live stream of Yavapai College baseball. And right now, the home team trailing the visitors. 8-5 is the score in favor of the Apaches. Bobby Meza getting ready to work his second inning of relief for the Rough Riders. Meza, this is his second season for Yavapai. A product of Skyline High School. Actually, he pitched for both Skyline High School and then transferred to Red Mountain High School during his prep career. Now pitching for Yavapai College and trying to hold the line here against Cochise and keep the game within reach of the Rough Riders. But time is running out for them as we are here in the top of the sixth inning. And it's going to be the top of the order for Cochise. Jimmy DeLeon, Hernan Yanez, and Steven Saunders. DeLeon, 2 for 3 today. A single and a double, 2 runs scored. He flied out to right his last time up. Fastball in there for a strike by Meza. 0-1 the count to the Cochise shortstop. Next pitch on the way from Meza. Swing and a miss. DeLeon swinging out of his socks there, but hit nothing but air, and now he's in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Time called by catcher Romero as he resets himself behind the plate. Now Meza comes set. Pitch on the way. Misses outside. A ball and 2 strikes now to Jimmy DeLeon. DeLeon, while playing for Franklin High School in Texas, made the 6A All-State first team there. Next pitch coming from Meza. And that's popped up foul and out of play. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes to DeLeon. Bobby Meza came on in relief of starter Riley Egloff back in the 5th inning. Now Meza takes his time, now delivers. There's a fly ball hit to center field. Barty settles under it, and out number 1. This will bring Hernan Yanez up to bat. Yanez has reached base safely all 3 plate appearances. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. He's also singled and tripled, driven in a run, and scored 2 runs. Meza comes set. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 the count to the Cochise catcher. Next pitch coming from Bobby Meza. Fastball misses. Ball and a strike to Yanez, who in his senior year was selected to the 6A All-Star game here in Arizona. And that one just gets a piece of the inside corner. And now Bobby Meza ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch on the way from Meza. There's a chopper up the middle, fielded by Cano. Makes a throw to first in time. And for the first time today, Yavapai College able to get out Hernan Yanez. Two down, and here's Steven Saunders. Saunders 0 for 3 today. As he has grounded out, struck out, and reached on an error. First pitch from Mesa misses outside for ball one. Saunders, he is 7 for his last 19 trips to the plate. And Mesa finds a part of the corner on that off-speed pitch. So a ball and a strike now to Steven Saunders. Saunders, who had 80 RBIs in his high school career. Big swing and a miss by Saunders. And now a ball and 2 strikes to the Cochise left fielder. As Bobby Mesa gets a new ball from the home plate umpire. And Saunders steps back into the batter's box. Mesa comes set. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout of the day for Bobby Mesa, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Yavapai. We head to the bottom of the 6th with our score. The Rough Riders trailing Cochise 8-5. And for Yavapai here in the bottom of the 6th inning, as it looks like we are going to get a new pitcher for the Apaches. And that is number 21, Marco Ozuna. So Ozuna will take over for Nate Rolacek on the mound. And Ozuna this season for Cochise, no wins, no losses, and a 4.26 ERA. Also 2 saves. So if he can hold Yavapai down here the next 2 innings, he will be in line for his 3rd save of the season. And he will have to go through Lance Kelly, C.J. Valdez, and Willie Cano. They will be the first Rough Riders that Ozuna will face here in the bottom of the 6th. And again, the Rough Riders, they've got some catching up to do and not much time to do it. Again, it is a 7-inning first game here in this doubleheader. The next game will go the full 9. Kelly walked and scored his last time up for Yavapai. There's a sharp grounder to short. Fielding is De Leon. The long throw to first and not in time. Lance Kelly beats it out for an infield single, and he's the leadoff base runner for the Rough Riders with C.J. Valdez, the batter. Valdez, he is 1 for 3 today for Yavapai. Valdez singled his last time up. As Yavapai again trying to scratch out some runs here and get closer to Cochise. Fly ball in deep left field going back, and way back. And it's a 1-run game. A 2-run homer for C.J. Valdez. 8-7 is the score. Yavapai down by 1. Home run number 6 of the season for Valdez. And RBIs number 14 and 15. And now Willie Cano comes to the plate for the Rough Riders. Curve misses inside for ball one to Cano, who had an RBI ground out his last time up. That one is in there. Called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Cano. 8-7 our score. Yavapai down by 1 after the 2-run homer by C.J. Valdez. 2 balls and a strike now to Cano. 3 2-run homers for Yavapai in this game. There's a sharp grounder into right field for a base hit for Cano. Speaking of those 3 2-run homers by Yavapai, here's a guy who has one of them, Christian Encarnacion Strand. He was intentionally walked his last time at the plate. And it looks like this time Cochise will elect to pitch to Strand. Throw back to first. Back safely is Cano. Encarnacion Strand, actually 2 walks today. 1 unintentional, the other intentional. Sandwiched in between those walks, a 2-run homer, his 10th of the year. Encarnacion Strand, who is the reigning Conference Player of the Year. Chopper foul. 0-1 the count now to Encarnacion Strand, who also was the KYCA Tri-City Sports Roundup #1 local freshman of the year for the 2018-19 sports season. Ozuna looking in for the sign, gets one he likes from Yanez. The pitch. Fastball just misses inside. 1-1 the count to Christian Encarnacion Strand. Throw back to first, and back safely is Willie Cano. Including the home run today, Encarnacion Strand has now hit safely in 13 of his last 14 games. Ozuna comes set. Now delivers. And a high pop-up. That'll stay in the infield and will be caught by the first baseman, Majdik. First out of the inning. And now Jack Silverman, the batter. Silverman, the DH today, 0 for 3. He has struck out twice and grounded into a fielder's choice. Curveball in there for a strike by Ozuna. Yavapai trailing 8-7 to Cochise here in game #1 of our doubleheader. And we will, of course, have game #2 for you after this one. Fastball misses low and outside. Ball and a strike now to Silverman. Throw back to first, and back in time again, Willie Cano. Now Silverman back in the box. Ozuna in his first inning of relief for Cochise College. And again, another throw to first. Ball gets away, but not far enough for Cano to advance. Count still a ball and a strike to Silverman. Willie Cano does have 6 stolen bases this season for the Rough Riders. Doesn't have too big a lead off the bag. And there's a chopper to short, up with his De Leon to second for one. The throw to first, and in time for the double play. And Ozuna able to get out of the jam on the 6-4-3 twin killing. However, Yavapai draws closer thanks to a 2-run homer by C.J. Valdez. After 6 innings of play, our score, Cochise 8, Yavapai 7. We'll take a break and come back with inning number 7 after this.
That's the IBM Model F keyboard. They called it the musical keys. Well, guess what? It's coming back. That's right, the second coming of the high-quality Model F. Sometimes you just need to go back a space to keep tabs on the future, right? Or you might have to just maybe shift directions. Yeah, I'll stop right now.
Join us for Kim Commando, Sunday mornings at 8 on the News 1490.
Welcome back to Rough Rider Park here in Prescott, Arizona on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon on the last day of February. John Rust with you here as we get ready for the 7th inning. Sunny skies and 60 degrees here on this last day of February. Great baseball weather here in Prescott. Bobby Meza, again, towing the rubber for Yavapai College. Fernando Brazaban will lead it off for the Apaches here in the top of the 7th. Heart of the order for the Apaches, Brazaban, Majdick, and Pearson. Swing and a miss for Brazaban, strike 1. Brazaban, 1 for 3. He has singled and struck out twice today. Another big swing taken by Brazaban that goes for naught. So he's in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. 8-7 our score, Yavapai trailing by 1. Meza comes set at the mound. The pitch. Misses outside. So a ball and 2 strikes now to Brazaban. Meza getting the sign from his catcher Romero. Now the pitch. Gets the corner, strike 3. Third time today that Brazaban has gone down on strikes. It's also the 3rd strikeout for Bobby Meza in relief. And Meza has retired the last 6 Apache batters he has faced. He'll to try to make it 7 in a row with Ryan Majdick. Majdick, he is 1 for 2 today. He has singled, walked, and struck out, also scored a run. As Majdick has a chat with the third base coach before heading back to the batter's box to face Bobby Meza. And that fastball misses. 1-0 the count now to Majdick. Meza again looking in for the sign from his catcher Romero. Comes set. There's a fly ball to deep left field, and that will hook foul. So just a long strike there for the Ontario native, Ryan Majdick. And that brings the count even, a ball and a strike to the Cochise first baseman. Meza looking in for the sign. Next pitch on the way. And that one misses low and inside. Majdick ahead in the count now, 2 balls and 1 strike. Mesa again comes set. 1 down here on the top of the 7th. There's a high fly ball hit to center field, and that will be missed. And it looks like the sun got in the eyes of Amari Barty as he could not find that ball. And that's going to be a stand-up double for Ryan Majdick. And a fortuitous break here for the Apaches, as they now have a runner in scoring position and 1 down with Cameron Pearson, the batter. Amari Barty fighting the sun out there in center field on a high fly ball, and well, that time the sun won. Ball in the dirt, gets away from Romero, and advancing to third will be Majdick. And now the insurance run for Cochise just 90 feet away, and the count a ball and no strikes to Pearson. Pearson struck out his last time at bat. Fastball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count now to Pearson. Well, this has just been kind of the day for Yavapai College, where it just seems like they've had to pitch their way out of one jam after another. Mesa looking in for the sign. The pitch. There's a fly ball to center field, and a diving catch made by Barty. But that's going to bring in the run for Cochise. A sac fly to center for Pearson. And now it's 9-7. But what a great diving catch there by Amari Barty. Barty, who lost a fly ball in the sun, and man, oh man, did he make up for it there with an absolute web gem in center. 2 down, and here's the DH, Alex Stinnett. Big swing and a miss by the DH for strike 1. Stinnett has reached base all 3 trips to the plate today. Reached on an error, reached on a single, and back in the second inning, reached on a bases-clearing triple. And now Stinnett in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Mesa getting the sign. Pitch on the way. And there's a fly ball hit to left field, and that will drop. Just foul. And foul by mere millimeters. So the count still no balls and 2 strikes to Alex Stinnett. Mesa comes set and delivers. Fastball misses low. A ball and 2 strikes now to Alex Stinnett. Alex Stinnett in his sophomore season for Cochise. Another fastball misses low. Now the count goes even. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 7th, the Apaches up 9-7. Pitch on the way from Mesa. Sharp grounder to second. Up with it is Valdez. The throw to first in time. And that will bring the top of the 7th to a close. However, Cochise tacking on another run on a sac fly. We head into the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Rough Riders here in Game 1. Our score, Cochise 9, Yavapai 7. And again, we can go back to some of the killers here for Yavapai College. And that will be walks, errors, and wild pitches. Couple of walks throughout the game. And again, 2 big wild pitches and 2 critical errors leading to Cochise runs. And that's really been the difference in this game today. As Ozuna getting ready to work his second inning of relief for the Apaches. But, give Yavapai credit as they have been doing everything they can to hang around Cochise. In fact, Cochise at one point had a 5-run lead back in the 3rd inning. Yavapai, they've been clawing back and clawing back. However, Cochise, they've just been able to scratch out a run here and a run there to keep just ahead of the Rough Riders. As Danny Martin will lead it off for YC here in the bottom of the 7th. Curveball misses outside. 1-0 count to Martin. Martin to be followed by Barty, and then Joe Wysick. Fastball in there, 1-1. Danny Martin 0 for 3. Ground out, strikeout, and fly out today. Next pitch coming from Ozuna. Big swing and a miss. 1-2 the count now to Martin. And another big swing and a miss, strike 3. First strikeout today for Ozuna, 1 down. And this will bring Amari Barty to the plate. Barty struck out his last time up. He's also singled and was hit by a pitch, and looks at that one for a strike, 0-1. To the Yavapai center fielder, who had a nice diving catch in the top of this inning. Next pitch coming from Ozuna. There's a liner foul off the netting over the Yavapai dugout. And Barty in the hole, no balls, and 2 strikes. Chopper past a diving first baseman, Majdik into right field for a base hit. Second single in this game for Barty. And he's a 1-out base runner for Cameron Jowisis. Good day at the plate for Jowisis. He has a double and a 2-run homer for the Rough Riders. One of 3 2-run homers that Yavapai has hit today. Sharp grounder, diving stop made by the third baseman Pearson. Long throw to first, and pulled off the bag is Majdik. And Jowisis is safe at first. Back-to-back singles for the Rough Riders. And now coming to the plate, representing the potential winning run, is Josh Romero. Actually, correction, it is going to be Matt Novis who will come in as a pinch hitter for Romero. So Coach Ryan Cogill turning to the sophomore Novis, hoping for some late inning heroics from the All ACCAC first team selectee from last year. Fastball in there for a strike. Novis hitting .368 this year with an RBI. Though this season, Coach Ryan Cogill said that he's going to have Novis concentrate more on pitching than hitting. But he can do both equally well, as he showed last year. Chopper foul to the backstop, and now Novis in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Amari Barty, the runner on second. Cameron Jowisis, the runner at first. Jowisis representing the tying run for the Rough Riders, as they're down 9-7 here in the bottom of the 7th. 1 out. Now Nova stepping back in the batter's box. Ozuna trying to get himself out of this jam here and get the win for the Apaches in Game 1. And a pop-up for Novus. And that will go into the glove of Jimmy De Leon, who fought the Sun, and that time the Sun didn't win. And we're going to have another pinch hitter for Yavapai, and this will be Jacob Robeson. Robeson, a sophomore, will be hitting for Lance Kelly. And Robeson this season, .217, he is batting with a homer and 6 RBIs. Robeson, the last chance for Yavapai to pull this one out. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 now to Robeson, a native of Glendale, a graduate of Mountain Ridge High School. 2 on, 2 out for the Rough Riders here in the bottom of the 7th as they trail by 2. Robeson steps out of the batter's box, now steps back in. Ozuna looking in for the sign from his catcher, Yanez. The pitch. There's a chopper to short. De Leon has it, bobbles the ball, and everyone is safe. A huge error made by Jimmy De Leon. And now Yavapai with the bases loaded. And C.J. Valdez at the plate. Valdez, who his last trip to the dish jacked a 2-run homer. Valdez had a walk-off single in Game 1 of Wednesday's doubleheader with Mesa. And he would like to get another walk-off right here in Game 1 versus Cochise today. Line drive, base hit into left. 1 run will score. Here comes the second runner, and a slide, and safe at the plate is number 2, Ramon Ramirez. And we are tied 9-9 on the 2-run single by C.J. Valdez. And this will bring Willie Cano to the plate with the game-winning run on second base in the form of Jacob Robeson. Cano singled his last time up. He's had a pretty good day at the plate, a single, an RBI ground out, and also hit by a pitch. 2 on, 2 out for the Rough Riders. We're all tied up at 9. And pop fly that will go foul and out of play as the first baseman Majdik almost goes over the fence of the bullpen to get that one. 0-1 now the count to Willie Cano. Waiting on deck is Christian Encarnacion Strand. If Cano reaches base with no one scoring. Ozuna looking to keep Cochise alive here in this game. There's a liner, and right into the glove of a leaping second baseman. So the 7th inning comes to a close, but folks, we're going extras here today at Rough Rider Park, as thanks to C.J. Valdez, the Rough Riders tie it up at 9-all. We're heading to the 8th inning, and we'll be back after this. Well, folks, we got a little bit of extra baseball here in our game one of our doubleheader, as thanks to CJ Valdez, Yavapai College has tied the score with Coach Sheese. It is 9-9, and here we are in the 8th inning of game one. Yavapai College, they were down by 5 runs early in this game, but they have kept battling their way back, and they are still alive and kicking in this game. Bobby Meza still on the mound for Yavapai. Ismail Pontiac will lead it off for the Apaches here in the top of the 8th inning. And waiting on deck for Coach Sheese is number 6, Mohammed Bowie. Pontiac 0 for 3. He struck out twice and grounded into a double play. Fastball in there for a strike. So the score tied 9-9 here in the 8th. That means Riley Egloff is off the hook for this game. He was the starting pitcher for Yavapai. Pop foul to the backstop. And Pontiac in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch coming from Bobby Meza. And just misses the corner. I think there were a lot of Yavapai fans who thought that should have been called a strike. However, the count now, a ball and 2 strikes to Ismail Pontiac. That one misses outside. Actually, correction on that, folks. The batter is now Will Matos. He is batting for Pontiac. A swing and a miss there by Matos. And that is strikeout number 4 for Bobby Meza. One down here in the top of the 8th inning. And now batting for the Apaches is number 6, Mohammed Bowie. Bowie, one of 2 Apaches who hail from France. Fastball hits the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 now to Bowie. Meza looking in for the sign from his catcher. And that one hits the outside again. Ball and a strike now. Ethan Snodgrass now doing the catching for Yavapai, as Josh Romero was pinch hit for in the 7th inning. Fastball in there for a strike. A ball and 2 strikes now to Bowie. Bowie hitting a $190 for Coach East this year with 2 RBIs. Next pitch from Meza. And a pop-up to shallow center field. Who's going to get this one? It will be the center fielder, Barty. So 2 down for Coach East with Jimmy DeLeon, the batter. DeLeon 2 for 4 at the plate. And also made a very costly error in the bottom of the 7th inning. Had he caught that, well, we would not be here right now. We would be in a break between games, but that error led to a 2-run single by C.J. Valdez to tie the score at 9. As DeLeon watches that one go by for a ball. 1-0 the count. 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning. Playing extras today in game 1 of our doubleheader. That one misses on the outside. 2-0 the count to the shortstop, Jimmy DeLeon. Mesa comes set. Next pitch. Chopper down the third baseline, but foul. So it'll be a 2-1 count now to De Leon. Mesa trying to shut the door here on Cochise in the 8th inning with 2 down. And another chopper foul down the third baseline. That will even up the count to De Leon. 2 balls and 2 strikes. After getting base hits in his first 2 at-bats in this game, De Leon has flied out in his last 2 bats. Mesa's next pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Bobby Mesa coming back to K. Jimmy De Leon. And 1, 2, 3 go the Apaches in the top of the 8th. We move on to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Rough Rider Park. We're all tied up 9-9 as Yavapai College will look to try to walk it off here. Trying to get their second walk-off win of the week. They had one on Wednesday versus Mesa College in Game 1. That was a sweep. Speaking of sweeps, well, Cochise wasn't able to get one against Scottsdale College on Tuesday. That was the last game they played. How about this? Cochise, they won Game 1 by the score of 2-1. And then they dropped the second game to Scottsdale. The score there, 3-1. So basically, Cochise only able to score a total of 3 runs in that doubleheader. However, they only allowed 4 runs to Scottsdale in that doubleheader. So it looked like some pretty good pitching matchups there in that doubleheader. However, no such thing here today as it is a 9-9 score in the 8th inning. And speaking of walk-offs, here's a guy who can end the game right here with one swing of the bat, and that's Christian Encarnacion Strand. Well, that is if Cochise leaves the bat in Encarnacion Strand's hands. They already intentionally walked him once. Looks like they're not going to do it again, though. Fastball in there for a strike. Heart of the order for Yavapai, it'll be Encarnacion Strand, Silverman, and Martin. Strand already with a 2-run homer in this game, his 10th of the season. And Encarnacion Strand plunked. So an intentional walk and a hit by pitch to Encarnacion Strand today. And I don't know if that was maybe a wee bit intentional there on Ozuna's part, saying, yeah, I don't want any part of this guy. I'll just plunk him and I'll deal with Silverman. And Silverman wearing the collar today at the plate. He is 0 for 4, grounded into a double play his last time up. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike. 0-1 to Silverman. Silverman a pair of groundouts and a pair of strikeouts. Encarnacion Strand representing the winning run over at first. Fastball in there for a strike, and it's 0-2 the count to Jack Silverman. Ozuna gets a sign he likes. Now comes set. Fastball hits the corner, strike 3, and Silverman with a little look back to the umpire. I don't think he liked that call very much. 3rd strikeout today for Silverman as he just kind of flings his bat into the dugout in disgust. Not a good day at the plate for Silverman. And now we're going to have a pinch hitter here for Danny Martin. Coming to the plate now is Damon Hale. Hale, a freshman from Bellflower, California. Looking to be the hero here for Yavapai today. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 to Hale. who's hitting .220 with a homer and 10 RBIs this season. Christian Encarnacion Strand, the runner at first for Yavapai. Swinging the ball, gets away from the catcher Yanez, and 2-2 on the wild pitch is Encarnacion Strand. And the winning run for Yavapai now in scoring position. So a single by Hale will get the job done here for the Rough Riders, who are looking to remain unbeaten on their home field in 2020. And time called at the plate. And now Hale back in. Yavapai, they are 11-0 at home this season. In fact, they're also on a 9-game winning streak. As again, time called. Now Hale back in the box. 0-2 the count to the pinch hitter, Damone Hale. In the dirt. So a ball and 2 strikes now to Hale. Encarnacion Strand, the runner at second for Yavapai. We're all tied up 9-9 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Ozuna comes set. The pitch. In the dirt. Ball gets away. Encarnacion Strand to third. To throw to third. And Encarnacion Strand is in there safely. Probably call that a passed ball on the catcher. And now the winning run for Yavapai 90 feet away. Count to Hale. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Yavapai looking for the walk-off. Ozuna looking in for the sign from his catcher Hernan. Hernan gets the sign from the dugout and now relays it to Ozuna. Now Ozuna comes set. And a grounder through the middle, base hit! And a walk-off single for Damone Hale! A pinch hit walk-off for Hale! And the final score here today in extras, Yavapai College coming back for a 10-9 win over Cochise. Damone Hale, the pinch hit walk-off single for the Rough Riders. Well, again, folks, final score 10-9 Yavapai. We're going to take a break here between games. We'll be back with game number 2 of our doubleheader as Yavapai increases its winning streak to 10 in a row. And they are now 12-0 at home so far this season. Again, we're going to take a break here, and we'll be back with game number 2. This is John Rust for the KYCA.info live stream, and we will see you soon for game number 2.
The KYCA Sports Spectacular is on the air. Today's game features the Yavapai College Rough Rider baseball team against Cochise College's Apaches. Today's game is brought to you by Yavapai College. With expert instructors, small class sizes, and affordable tuition, Yavapai College will connect you to your future. And now with the call of today's game, here's KYCA's John Rust.
It's time for game number 2 of our doubleheader between Yavapai College and Cochise College. And if you're just tuning into our live stream, well, what the heck's wrong with you? You missed a really great game 1. Yavapai coming back from a 5-run deficit to win it in extra innings on the Damon Hale walk-off single. So Yavapai looking for the sweep here and looking to extend their winning streak to 11 in a row. And they are also unbeaten at home this year, 12-0 here at Rough Rider Park. And looking to go 13-0 after today. And oh, by the way, folks, because the first game went into extra innings, game number 2 will be a 7-inning game. And leading off game number 2 for Cochise will be Jimmy DeLeon. We'll get the rest of the lineup for Cochise shortly as Matt Novus deals for the first time. Misses outside ball 1. Matt Novus on the hill in game number 2 for the Rough Riders. Novus this season 2-1 with a 3.92 ERA, 23 strikeouts, 8 walks in 20 innings of work. Next pitch to Jimmy DeLeon. There's a liner and almost a leaping catch made by the shortstop, Willie Cano. Glances off his glove. So that's probably going to go down as a base hit for DeLeon, and he's aboard with the leadoff single. And this will bring Hernan Yanez to the plate. Yanez, he was the catcher in game number 1. He is playing third base here in game number 2. He'll be followed by the left fielder, Steven Saunders. Then batting cleanup, again, Fernando Brazaban in center field. Batting 5th is Ryan Majdik. He is the starting pitcher in game number 2. Batting 6th and playing second base, Cameron Pearson. Give the rest of it after this Matt Novus pitch. Misses up high, ball 1. Batting 7th and catching, Alex Stinnett. Batting 8th is the right fielder, Sean Cooper. And batting 9th and playing first base, Ismail Pontiac, excuse me. Next pitch by Novus. And that one almost hits Yanez, gets past the catcher, goes to the backstop, and advancing to second on the wild pitch is DeLeon. Defensively for the Rough Riders, Alec Acevedo is at first base, CJ Valdez at second, Willie Cano is the shortstop, Christian Encarnacion Strand is at third. Outfield left to right is Amari Barti, Damon Hale, and Jacob Robeson. Ethan Snodgrass behind the plate. Matt Novus pitching. And a chopper. Oh, foul ball, but it looked like that might have got the ankle of Yanez as he is trying to shake that one off. But, oh, yeah, that is a big owie there for Hernan Yanez. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Yanez. Next pitch coming from Novus. Fastball misses low. So 3 balls, 1 strike now to Yanez. Novus looking in for the sign. And he gets it from Snodgrass. The pitch. Eventually, no. Instead of throw over to second to keep DeLeon honest. Again, it's 3-1 to Yanez, who went 2 for 3 in game number 1 for Cochise. Had an RBI triple in that game. Misses on. Actually, they called it a strike. And Yanez kind of looking at the umpire like, huh, what? think he had the same expression I did, and it looks like Coach Engelhardt coming in there and disputing the call with the umpire, too. Not very vociferously. I think a little shake of the head there for Yanez, and now a little chuckle there. 3-2 now the count to Hernan Yanez. Novus looks in for the sign. Here's the payoff pitch. Low, ball 4. And just like in game number 1, the first 2 batters for Cochise reach base safely. And this will bring Steven Saunders to the plate. Saunders went 0 in game number 1. However, he did reach on an error and score. And now looking to do some damage here to start things off for Cochise in game number 2. There's a fly ball hit to center field. Hale going back, and a running catch made by Hale. Going for third is De Leon. The throw in, and De Leon slides in safely. But a good job by Damon Hale tracking down the ball in center field for out number 1. And now Fernando Brazaban will come to the dish for the Rough Riders. Brazaban went 1 for 4 in game 1. Singled and scored, and also struck out 3 times. Novus comes set, and his first offering to the, spoke a little prematurely there as Novus steps off the rubber. And now comes set again. First offering to the Dominican-born Brazaban is a big swing and a miss for strike 1. Ball gets away from Snodgrass, but not far at all, so the runners hold their place. De Leon at third and Yanez at first. Next pitch to Brazaban. We'll have to wait as Novus throws that one over to first base. Brazaban came into today's game hitting .293. That average probably going down a bit after his 1 for 4 performance in game number 1. And that one goes foul, hitting off the netting. And 0-2 now to Brazaban. Brazaban, who is 3 for 17 at the plate in these last few games. And there's a pop-up that will go foul and out of play down the third baseline. So the count is still 0-2 to Brazaban. Next pitch on the way from Novus. And another pop-up against the netting. Still 0-2. Brazaban began the month of February on fire in a doubleheader against Southern Idaho. Had 2 home runs and 8 RBIs. But since that time, his production has cooled off considerably. That one misses outside, so it's a ball and 2 strikes to Brazaban. Game number 2 just underway here at Yavapai College. As skies are getting a bit cloudy overhead, but no rain is in the forecast today, so don't have to worry about that. Novus again throws to first. And back safely is Hernan Yanez. And that pitch misses high. So 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Yanez, not really much of a threat to steal. He only has 1 stolen base this season. Novus gets the sign. Now delivers. And another pop foul out of play. So the battle continues between Matt Novus and Steven Saunders. One out here in the top of the first. No score between Yavapai and Cochise. Yavapai taking the first game 10-9 in extra innings. There's a sharp grounder to first base, and stepping on the bag is Acevedo. That's the only out Yavapai will get. Holding at third is De Leon. Yanez advances to second safely. So 2 men in scoring position and 2 down for Cochise, with Ryan Majdick hitting. Majdick will also be pitching today. He gets the start for Cochise in game number 2. And that one comes inside and almost hits Majdick. Majdick went 2 for 3 in the first game, reached base safely 3 times, singled, doubled, and walked, scored twice for Cochise. And that one just misses the outside corner. So that will be 2 balls and no strikes to Majdick, who probably bumped up his average a little bit after game number 1. He came into today hitting .234. No, I don't know what his average is going to be now, because that would involve me doing math, and that would take forever, and I would probably make a mistake. I'm just going to estimate it's probably close to .240 or something like that now. Pitch from Novus. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-1 now to Majdick. And that game number 1 also broke Majdick out of what had been an 0 for 16 slump. And a chopper, and that will be called foul, and it looked like that got a piece of Majdick's ankle. So second Cochise batter this inning who fouled it off his lower leg. And the Cochise trainers better get the ice ready for after this game, because it looks like not only Majdick, but Yanez certainly going to need it. 2-2 count, the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Matt Novus, after allowing the first 2 batters to reach base, retires the next 3 in order. Cochise fails to score here in the top of the first inning. And we head to the bottom of the first with Yavapai coming to bat. And let's give you this Yavapai starting lineup for game number 2. And actually, the first 3 batters, the same as game number 1. C.J. Valdez will lead it off, followed by Willie Cano. Christian Encarnacion Strand hits third. Cameron Jowisis, he was the first baseman in game number 1. This time in game number 2, he will DH. Jacob Robeson bats 5th and plays right field. Batting 6th and playing left field is Amari Barti, who was the starting center fielder in game number 1. Alec Acevedo, he hits 7th and plays first base. Batting 8th is the catcher, Ethan Snodgrass. And batting 9th is the center fielder, Damone Hale. Meanwhile, for Cochise defensively, Ismael Pontiac is at first. Cameron Pearson is the second baseman. Jimmy De Leon remains the shortstop for Cochise. And at third base is Hernan Yanez. Outfield, well, the 2 of the 3 outfielders, the same as in game number 1. Steven Saunders is in left. Fernando Brazaban is in center. And new right fielder for game number 2 for Cochise is Sean Cooper. Alex Stinnett is behind the plate, and on the mound is Ryan Majdick. Majdick 1-0 this season for the Apaches with a 4.86 ERA, 10 strikeouts and 3 walks in 16 innings of work. Majdick was at first base for game number 1. So another player, kind of in the same vein as Matt Novis, where he can play the field and also pitch. Though, again, as I mentioned in game number 1, Coach Ryan Cogill this year having Matt Novis concentrate a little more on pitching than playing the field and hitting. So C.J. Valdez will lead it off for Yavapai here in the top of the first. Valdez had himself one heck of a game in game number 1. A 2-run home run and a 2-run single that tied the score in the 7th inning. Fly ball, and that's going to hook way foul. So 0-1 the count for Valdez to start off his first at-bat here in game number 2. Next pitch coming from Majdik. And there's a sharp grounder to third. Up with it is Yanez. Throws to first and in time for out number 1. Willie Cano will now come to the plate for Yavapai. Cano, he went 1 for 4 in the first game. Did have an RBI on a ground out. Chopper to short. De Leon has it. Throws to first, and they just get Cano in time for out number 2. And this will bring to the plate Christian Encarnacion Strand. Strand with a 2-run homer in game number 1. He also walked twice and got hit by a pitch and scored the game-winning run in the 8th inning. Fastball on the inside for a strike to Encarnacion Strand, who last year made the NJCAA All-American First Team. And there's a grounder to first. Nice catch there by the first baseman, Pontiac. And the Rough Riders are retired in order 1-2-3. End of 1 here at Rough Rider Park with our score. Coach East nothing, Yavapai nothing. We'll take a break and be back after this.
I enjoy informing and educating people. It makes for a better country and a brighter future.
Rush Limbaugh.
Whatever's hot and whatever matters, guaranteed we will be talking about it. A man, a living legend, a way of life.
The Mandarin of Talk Radio. Rush.
Also known as the scariest and most dangerous man in America to the American left, and that's because I'm right.
The most listened to talk radio program in the universe.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. on the News 1490 and 103.5 FM.
Hey, folks, welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you here. Second inning about to get underway. Our first live stream of Yavapai College baseball here in 2020. First of several games we plan to bring to you this season, along with Yavapai baseball. We'll also be bringing you some select Yavapai College softball games, as well as baseball and softball games from Prescott High School and Bradshaw Mountain High School. In fact, we kicked off our spring sports spectacular live streams on Wednesday. Bradshaw Mountain with a 19-0 win over Yonker to get their season started. Speaking of getting started here in the second inning for Coach East will be Cameron Pearson. Pearson to be followed by Stinnett and Cooper. Chopper to third, and nice grab there by Encarnacion Strand. Throws to first in time. I'll tell you, that was a bouncer that could have eaten up a lot of third basemen, but a nice job of fielding there by Encarnacion Strand. One pitch, one out, and here's Alex Stinnett. Stinnett had a bases-clearing triple for Coach East back in game number 1. Fastball up high for ball 1 to Stinnett. Stinnett was the DH in game 1. Here in game 2, he is doing the catching for the Apaches. Well, Stinnett held up on his swing, but that did find a piece of the zone. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike now to Alex Stinnett. Next pitch from Novis. Swing, and I think that got the helmet of Ethan Snodgrass. Now it looks like Snodgrass is okay, so a ball and 2 strikes now to Stinnett. Next pitch coming from Novus. And that just misses on the inside part of the plate. So the count goes even to Stinnett. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch coming from Novus. Pop foul and out of play. Count still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Stinnett. Matt Novus, a product of Corona del Sol High School in Tempe. In his second year here for Yavapai. That one way outside. And Novus runs the count full on Stinnett. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 0-0 our score here in the top of the second of game number 2 between Yavapai and Cochise. Low ball 4. And Stinnett is aboard. Second walk issued in this game for Matt Novus. And this will bring Sean Cooper to the plate for Cochise. Cooper this season hitting .211 with 8 RBIs for the Apaches. He did make a brief appearance in game number 1 as a pinch hitter. And that one misses high, ball 1. By the way, folks, game number 2 for Yavapai softball down at Central Arizona today. Rough Riders leading that one 9-4 in game number 2. Lady Riders victorious in game number 1. Fastball misses. So Novus having some control issues here in the second inning as he falls behind in the count to Cooper, 2-0. Next pitch on the way. Off-speed pitch that's in there for a strike. And it's 2-1 now to Cooper. Cooper, a native of Peoria, Arizona. Strike, and almost stealing the base was Stinnett. However, he slid well far from the bag and gets thrown out easily. Kind of a belly flop into the dirt there, and, well, no forward momentum through the dirt, so that was an easy out. And now 2 down, base is clear. 2-2 the count to Cooper. Swing and a foul to the backstop, so Cooper remains alive. So a fortunate break there for the Rough Riders. As Matt Novus looks to finish off Cooper here and finish out the inning. Next pitch. And another foul to the backstop by Sean Cooper. So Cooper giving a pretty decent battle here to Novus. Yeah, Cooper back in the batter's box. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the second. Pitch from Novus. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second inning in a row that Novus has ended the frame on a strikeout. And Novus faces the minimum here in the top of the second. We head to the bottom of the second inning now with the score still 0-0. As the crowd being entertained by one of my favorite one-hit wonders, the Proclaimers with 500 miles. Yes, I will walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. As we all get down here in the press box, what the heck, it's a good song. I mean, it beats playing Katy Perry or something like that. Bottom of the second here at Rough Rider Park. As Majdick getting ready to work his second inning. Towing the rubber for the Apaches. For Yavapai here, it's going to be the heart of the order. Joisis, Robeson, and Barty. As Yavapai looks to get its bats going here as they went down in order in the bottom of the first inning. Joisis steps up to the plate for Yavapai. He is the designated hitter in this game. Joisis, 3 for 4 in game number 1. He was a triple short of the cycle. Single, double, and a 2-run home run for Joisis. First pitch on the way from Majdick. Curve outside for ball 1. Joisis now with 2 homers and 8 RBIs on the season. And he was hitting .359 coming into today, and that average has certainly gone up. Fastball hits the outside part of the plate. A ball and a strike now to the DH Joisis, a product of Mountain View High School. In the dirt. 2-1 now the count. By the way, I should clarify that is Mountain View High School in Mesa, not the one they have down in Marana. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now to Joisis. Before anyone out there asks, well, why are there 2 schools in Arizona named Mountain View? Don't ask me. I don't know. I wasn't on any of the naming committees. Next pitch from Majdick. And Joisis reaches out and pokes that one foul into the net. So still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Joisis. As the lefty Majdick comes set at the rubber. The pitch. And another foul to the backstop by Joisis. As he remains alive here in this bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 0-0 our score here in the bottom of the second. Majdick gets the sign from Stinnett. The pitch. And another foul to the backstop. Majdick heading back to the mound thinking, man, what do I got to do to get this guy out? And I'm sure the Cochise pitchers in game 1 thought that same thing too. Again, Joisis going 3 for 4 in that game. Next pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball is dropped by the catcher Stinnett. So he'll have to throw to first to complete the strikeout. So the first 4 batters for Yavapai set down in order by Majdick. 1 down, and here is Jacob Robeson. Robeson was a pinch hitter in the first game for Yavapai. Fastball in there for a strike to Robeson. And he reached on an error by the shortstop. That error kept Yavapai's chances alive and ultimately led them to victory. Big swing and a miss for Robeson. 0-2 the count. Jacob Robeson in his sophomore season for Yavapai batting .217 with a home run and 6 RBIs. Majdick's next pitch. And a liner up the middle into center field for a base hit by Jacob Robeson. First hit of game number 2 for the Rough Riders. And this will bring Amari Barty to the plate. Barty was the starting center fielder in game number 1. Here in game number 2, he is playing left field. Barty reached base 3 times in game number 1. As that fastball misses low for ball 1. Marty, a pair of singles and a hit by pitch, also scored twice. And made a great diving web gem catch as well in center field. And a foul off the pole at the backstop. So a ball and a strike now to Barty. Barty, a freshman from Phoenix. Robeson, the runner on first for the Rough Riders. One down here in the bottom of the second. Swing and a miss by Barty. And now the count goes 1-2 to the Yavapai left fielder. Next pitch by Majdik. Oh, it looks like they might have Robeson picked off. He slides into second, and he is out. No, actually, he's safe. I thought the umpire gave an out sign there. He did not give a clear safe sign, so that kind of threw me off. So the stolen base successful for Robeson, and now he's in scoring position with one down. Misses up high. And Stinnett going to go out and talk with Majdik. As the count is even now to Amari Barty. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 0-0 our score here in the bottom of the second of game number 2 between Yavapai and Cochise. Majdik checks the runner at second. Robeson goes. Throw in the dirt. And now the throw to third. Not in time. 2 straight steals for Jacob Robeson. And now he is at third with the count to Barty. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So good job of base running by Jacob Robeson. Yavapai traditionally has been pretty aggressive on the base paths. And that one is popped up. Looks like it will remain in play, and the pitcher Majdik will come in to make the catch for out number 2. And a big out that is for Cochise as Alec Acevedo comes to bat. Acevedo, the first baseman in game number 2 for Yavapai. Hitting .250 this season with 2 RBIs. Called strike 1 there to Acevedo. Jacob Robeson, the runner at third for Yavapai. Fastball misses. 1-1 the count now to Acevedo, a freshman from Nogales High School, way down south here in Arizona. Majdik's next pitch. And that one also misses outside. So Acevedo ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Acevedo, not only a first baseman here for Yavapai, but also a pitcher. In fact, he's 2-0 this season. Swing and a miss. Deuce is wild now, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Acevedo, in fact, was the winning pitcher back on February 19th as Yavapai took on Thompson Rivers. Inside, got the inside corner for strike 3. So Yavapai leaves Robeson stranded at third. And we head to the top of the third with our score between Yavapai and Cochise, 0-0. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you here. Game number 2 of our doubleheader. Our first Yavapai College baseball live stream of 2020. And right now, 0-0 is the score between Yavapai and Cochise. Rough Riders taking game number 1 in this doubleheader, 10-9 in extra innings. And because game number 1 went extras, game number 2, normally a 9-inning game, it will be just 7 innings. As Ismail and our general manager at the station here, Jason Cinzaletta, said maybe. Hey, he's right. You never know. We had extra innings in game 1. Might happen in game 2. That's the beauty of baseball. You just don't know. Fastball in there for Novus. A strike on Ismail Pontiac. Pontiac playing first base here in game number 2. He was the right fielder for Cochise in game number 1. And that fastball hits the outside corner. And Pontiac behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Pontiac went 0 for 3 in the first game. And there's a bouncer to short. Cano has it. Throws to first. And nice little sidearm throw in time to first to get Pontiac for out number 1. And this will bring the top of the order back to the plate for Cochise. Jimmy DeLeon. DeLeon singled his first time up. 3 hits in this doubleheader so far for the Cochise shortstop. Fastball in there for strike. 0-1 now to DeLeon. Novus looking in for the sign. Next pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 0-2 now the count to DeLeon. DeLeon back in the box. And Novus comes set. Delivers. Up high, 1-2 now the count to DeLeon. DeLeon, who started the day with a .461 on-base percentage for the Apaches. And there's a liner hooking foul down the right field line. DeLeon remains alive at the plate. 1-2 the count. 1 down here in the top of the third. No score between the Rough Riders and the Apaches. Pitch on the way from Novus. Up high. And the count goes even to DeLeon. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch coming from Novus. And that one's fouled to the backstop. Had the pleasure of having Matt Novus on the Tri-City Sports Roundup a couple weeks ago. Him along with Nick Adams and Ramon Ramirez. Very enjoyable show with those 3. Pitch from Novus. Swing and a miss. Strike 3 called. And that is the 3rd strikeout today for Matt Novus. Good job by Novus battling back to fan DeLeon. 2 down, and here's Hernan Yanez. Yanez walked his first time up. There's a grounder to short. Cano over to first. And digging it out is Acevedo, and 1-2-3 go the Apaches in the top of the 3rd inning. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. Still no score between Yavapai and Cochise. And again, I mentioned Matt Novus on Tri-City Sports Roundup, which, by the way, folks, you can listen to every Saturday morning at 8:06 a.m. right here on KYCA. The News, 1490 AM, 103.5, and of course online at kyca.info. And if you miss any episode of the Tri-City Sports Roundup, fear not, you can always go to kyca.info, click on Archives, and you can listen to past episodes of the Tri-City Sports Roundup, KYCA Talks, KYCA PM, and the Dr. Hancock Show, Healthline. All of our local talk shows are all archived on kyca.info. And you can also check out our local sports reports and our top local news stories as well. Matt Novus also related me a really funny story there on Tri-City Sports Roundup when he was on about how in his freshman season they had a team meeting in one of the conference rooms at Yavapai, and Coach Cogill walked in, and Matt Novus said to Coach Cogill, "What's up, dude?" Coach Cogill immediately turned to him and said, "What did you say?" And Novus, kind of tripping over himself, said, I said, Coach, that's it. Anyway, Matt told me that he had to do a lot of running the next day at practice after that. So, moral of the story, don't call your coach dude. Ethan Snodgrass to lead it off for Yavapai here in the bottom of the third. And a fly ball to left center field, going back, and not back enough. Fernando Brazaban able to get up to the warning track to make the catch for out number one. Now at the bat is the hero of game number one, Damone Hale. Hale came up as a pinch hitter in the bottom of the eighth in game number one and singled right up the middle to drive in Christian Encarnacion Strand for the winning run. And here in game number two, Hale getting the start in center field. Big swing there by Hale. 0-1 the count now. Damone Hale hitting .220 with a home run and 10 RBIs this season. 1 ball and 1 strike now to Hale. Actually, correction, I should say 11 RBIs on the season now. And another big swing there by Hale comes up for naught. So 1-2 now to Hale. Next pitch coming from Majdick. And a sharp grounder up the middle for a base hit. Second time today that Hale has hit a sharp one right past the pitcher and into center field. No RBI for Hale that time. However, he becomes a one-out base runner as Yavapai turns the batting order over again. C.J. Valdez up to the plate. Valdez 0 for 1 in this game. He grounded out to third his first time up. And off to the races is Hale. Slides into second safely for the stolen base. And now Hale in scoring position. As I've said before, Yavapai traditionally has been a very aggressive team on the base paths. They are not afraid to steal at all. As Majdick looks in for the sign from Stinnett. The pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-2 the count now to Valdez. Stolen bases is something I think that has gotten away from Major League Baseball over the past few years. I've been told it's mainly because of analytics. And thank goodness for analytics. Where would we be without them? Well, we probably wouldn't have the stupid stat WAR to talk about, or launch angle, or all that other stuff. What can I say? I grew up during an era where we had Willie Wilson and Ricky Henderson and Vince Coleman stealing bases left and right. So I got spoiled growing up as a baseball fan. Next pitch from Majdick. Hale going, swing and a miss, strike three, and no, strike him out, throw him out. as Hale slides into third safely with another stolen base. But Valdez down on strikes, 2 down, and here's Willie Cano. Second inning in a row that Yavapai has pulled off a successful steal of third base. But in the second inning, they left Jacob Robeson stranded at third. Cano hoping he doesn't do that with Damon Hale. Cano grounded out to short his first time up in Game 2. Off-speed pitch that hits the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 the count to Cano. Should Cano reach safely, waiting on deck, Christian Encarnacion Strand. Next pitch on the way. There's a sharp grounder to third, and bobbling in is Yanez. Picks it up, throws to first, and they just get Cano in time. A good job by Yanez, keeping the ball in front of him and getting the out. And for the second inning in a row, Yavapai leaves a runner stranded at third. We are through 3 here at Rough Rider Park. Our score between Yavapai and Cochise still 0-0. We'll be back after this.
This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Well, I'd argue by every measure we are. The best employment situation in the country since 1969. Every demographic group in the country is doing dramatically better. The president has a list of accomplishments. I don't even know where to start.
The Sean Hannity Show, weekdays at 1 on the News 1490.
Back here at Rough Rider Park, John Rust with you. 0-0 our score as we head into the 4th inning. As the fans being entertained by another one-hit wonder band from years ago, Chumbawamba with Tub Thumping. Whatever happened to Chumbawamba? They came out with that song, it was big, and I don't know, they kind of vanished off the face of the earth like Amelia Earhart. Heart of the order, speaking of Earhart, here's the heart of the order for Cochise. Saunders, Brazaban, and Majdik. First pitch by Novus in there for called strike 1. Saunders 0 for 1 here in game number 2. He was also 0 for 4 in the first game. Big swing and a miss as Saunders was trying to get his first hit of the game there and hit it over the fence. But he swings in air, and now he's down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch from Novus. And there's a sharp liner. Base hit, just stays fair. That's going to roll all the way to the corner of right field. Extra bases for Saunders. He's rounding second, on his way to third, as the right fielder Robeson had a little bit of trouble picking up that ball, and it's a leadoff triple for Steven Saunders. And just like that, Cochise with a runner in scoring position, nobody out. And here's Fernando Brazaban. Second triple of the year for Steven Saunders. Brazaban grounded out to first, his first time up in game 2. Pops that one up, and that's going to go out of play behind home plate. 0-1 the count to Brazaban. And that one skips in the dirt, but it is blocked well by Ethan Snodgrass. A ball and a strike now to Brazaban. There's a roller to first. Up with it is Acevedo. He will step on the bag for out number 1. Steven Saunders will hold his ground at third base. Ryan Majdick, the pitcher, now comes to bat. He struck out his first time up. Majdick back in game 1 playing first base. Singled, doubled, walked, scored twice. Swing and a miss for strike 1 to Majdick. Steven Saunders, the runner at third base for Cochise in a scoreless tie here in the top of the 4th. Another big swing and a miss for Majdick. And he's quickly in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Cameron Pearson on deck for the Apaches. Next pitch coming from Matt Novus. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 4 strikeouts today for Matt Novus. 2 down, and here's Pearson. Pearson 0 for 1 in this game. He grounded out to third his first time up. Fastball just misses on the outside part of the plate. 1-0 the count now to Pearson. Steven Saunders at third for the Apaches. Saunders with a leadoff triple. Pops it up, and that will stay in play. Matt Novus makes the catch, and a leadoff triple by Steven Saunders is wasted as Matt Novus gets out of the inning unscathed. We head to the bottom of the 4th here at Rough Rider Park, and we are still scoreless. We got ourselves a nice little pitcher's duel going on here between Matt Novus and Ryan Majdick. Hey folks, with expert instructors, small class sizes, and affordable tuition, our sports spectacular sponsor, Yavapai College, will connect you to your future. Visit yc.edu today. And we thank Yavapai College for being one of our sports spectacular sponsors. Of course, along with excellent education, some excellent sports teams all around here for Yavapai. In fact, the softball team down at Central Arizona College today, and last we heard, I believe it was what? The score in Game 2, Yavapai over Central 18-4. And it's the bottom of the 6th as the Lady Riders looking to sweep the doubleheader today with Central, and we will be bringing you some Yavapai softball doubleheader live streams this year as well. Also brought you some Yavapai College soccer and volleyball live streams as well, as soccer managed to win the regular season conference championship, and volleyball, the Region 1 champions this year. Bottom of the 4th underway, Christian Encarnacion Strand at the plate. Big swing and a miss there by Encarnacion Strand. 0-1 to the Yavapai third baseman, who grounded out to first his first time up. And that one's fouled to the backstop, so Encarnacion Strand in the hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Majdick getting the sign from his catcher, Stinnett. Now throws. Fly ball, and that is going back, and well, it's not leaving the park, but it's going to be extra bases for Christian Encarnacion Strand as he gets a leadoff double. For a second, I thought that was a no doubt about it homer there for Encarnacion Strand, but just came up short. But Encarnacion Strand standing at second base with a double. And this will bring Cameron Jowisis to the plate. Joisis struck out his first time up. There's a sharp liner to right center field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. That will bring Encarnacion Strand home. Back-to-back doubles for the Rough Riders, and it is no longer a scoreless tie. Joisis with an RBI double, and it's 1-0 Yavapai. Three RBIs in this doubleheader for Cameron Joisis, as Jacob Robeson will come to bat for the Rough Riders. Robeson singled his first time up, also stole 2 bases, but was left stranded at third. Fastball on the inside. Ball 1 to Jacob Robeson. Now Magic getting the sign from Stinnett. Pitch on the way. Misses low and outside. 2-0 the count to Robeson, who, while he was at Mountain Ridge High School, was named to the All-Desert Valley Region First Team. Also helped lead Mountain Ridge to the 6A State Runner-Up title in 2018. Fastball way outside. 3 balls, no strikes to Jacob Robeson. Joisis, the runner on second for the Rough Riders, reached there on an RBI double, driving home Encarnacion Strand. Fastball misses just up for ball 4, and Robeson aboard on 4 straight balls. So now Yavapai with runners on first and second, still nobody out, and Amari Barti, the batter. Barti popped up to the pitcher his first time up. So Magic, after shutting down the Rough Riders for the first 3 innings, in a wee bit of a crisis here in the 4th, 2 on and nobody out. Rough Riders already up 1-0, looking to extend that lead as he looks back. Joisis at second. Swing and a miss by Barti for strike 1. Now Magic gets the sign. The pitch. Fastball misses low and inside. So a ball and a strike now to Barti. As Coach Cheese looks like they've got some bullpen action going. Magic comes, sets, and now looks the runner back to second. Bottom of the 4th here at Rough Rider Park with Yavapai on top, 1-0. Magic really taking his time here between pitches. And looks the runner back to second again. Still a 1-1 count here to Barti, who's probably wondering if Magic might have forgotten about him at the plate. There's a liner to center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Rounding third on his way home is Joisis. And he will come home safely on another double, the 3rd double of the inning for the Rough Riders. This one by Amari Barti, and it's 2-0 Yavapai. Jacob Robeson advancing to 3rd on that double. And after being quiet for the first 3 innings, the Rough Rider bats are starting to get hot. And Alec Acevedo looking to keep the Rough Riders hot. As it looks like Coach Todd Engelhart going to come out to the mound. I don't know right now if he's just going to give some advice to Majdick or take him out of the game. And it looks like he is... I thought I saw Majdick handing Coach Engelhart the ball, but right now they're all at the mound talking things over. By the way, the softball game for Yavapai and Central has gone final. Final score 18-4 in favor of the Lady Riders as they sweep Central. And it looks like we are going to get a new pitcher here for Cochise. And I think that could be number 12 for the Apaches. That would be Mason Peart. And it is. So Mason Peart will come in to spell Majdick. Majdick, who pitched very well for the first 3 innings, but here in the 4th inning just can't get anyone out for the Rough Riders. Double, double, walk, and double is the line so far for Yavapai. As again, Peart comes in to do the pitching here for Cochise. Peart this season for the Apaches, an ERA of 9.24, 1 win, 1 loss, 14 strikeouts, and 10 walks in 12 innings of work. So Majdick's day is done on the mound. As for Yavapai, they now have runners on 2nd and 3rd. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Yavapai already up 2-0. And they have a shot at extending that lead with Alec Acevedo, the batter for the Rough Riders. Acevedo, he is 0 for 1 in this game, struck out his first time at the plate. As Peart looks like he has finished up his warm-up tosses for the Apaches. Acevedo hitting .250 this season for the Rough Riders with a pair of RBIs. And Acevedo with a very good chance of driving in a couple more RBIs and adding to his stat sheet. Robeson at 3rd and Barty at 2nd for the Rough Riders. Peart's first pitch. Big swing and a miss by Acevedo. 0-1 the count to the Yavapai first baseman. As we have quite a bit of cloud cover now here in Prescott. But again, no threat of rain. Peart getting the sign from his catcher, Stinnett. Pitch on the way. Low and inside. A ball and a strike. And I think the folks here at Yavapai, they've had enough of rain for this week. In fact, it was because of rain that they had to move the doubleheader against Mesa from Tuesday to Wednesday. Chopper foul, and I think that might have got a piece of Acevedo as he steps out of the batter's box. A ball and 2 strikes now to Alec Acevedo. 2-0, Yavapai on top here in the bottom of the 4th. Still nobody out. As the infield starting to move in here. Holding up on a swing is Acevedo, and that will go down as a ball. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. As the infield continues to play shallow here against Acevedo. Again, Peart taking his time between pitches. Here's a chopper, and that will go through the hole into left field for a base hit. 1 run will score, and they will hold Barty at third. An RBI single for Alec Acevedo, and it's a 3-0 Yavapai lead. Still nobody out in the bottom of the fourth. Ethan Snodgrass, the batter. Snodgrass hitting a $167 this year for Yavapai. Runners at the corners for the Rough Riders. Still nobody out. Throw to first, and back safely is Acevedo. Barty, the runner at third for the Rough Riders. First 5 batters in this inning for Yavapai have reached base safely. Snodgrass looking to make it 6 in a row. Peart checks the runner at first. Fastball misses outside. A ball and no strikes to Ethan Snodgrass. Snodgrass, a native of Peoria, Arizona. And again, Peart definitely taking a lot of time between pitches. There's a fly ball to shallow center field. Coming in is Brazaban. He makes the catch. Tagging up and holding is Barty. And for the second time in this game, Snodgrass flies out to center. 1 down, Damon Hale, the batter. Hale 1 for 1. He singled his first time up in this game and also stole 2 bases. So Peart trying to do what he can to minimize the damage that Yavapai is doing in this inning. Rough Riders up 3-0. Fastball misses low for ball 1. Peart settles back into the rubber. Again, runners at the corners for Yavapai. 1 down here in the bottom of the fourth. Next pitch coming. No, actually a throw back to first. And back safely is Alec Acevedo. Hale is a graduate of Juniper Serra High School in Bellflower, California. And hello to everyone over there in Bellflower watching our KYCA.info live stream of Yavapai baseball today. And that one misses. 2-0 the count. And also, folks, you can always go back and watch a replay of this game. We have all of our KYCA live streamed games up on Vimeo. Next pitch coming. Fastball misses away and low. 3-0 now the count to Damon Hale. Basically, you can just go to Vimeo.com and just type in Yavapai baseball or Prescott basketball or Yavapai volleyball or soccer, Bradshaw Mountain softball, Bradshaw basketball. And you can come up with all those past games to watch at your leisure. 3-0 pitch by Peart in the dirt, ball 4, and Hale is aboard on 4 straight balls. And that loads the bases for C.J. Valdez. Valdez 0 for 2 in game number 2. He has struck out and grounded out. And right now he has a chance to blow this sucker open. Peart trying to get out of a major jam here. Fastball hits the corner for a strike. So right now for the Rough Riders, we have Amari Barti at third, Alec Acevedo at second, and Damone Hale at first. 0-1 the count to Valdez. In the dirt, bounces away from the catcher. Coming home is Barti. He will score easily. Barti scores on the wild pitch. And Acevedo and Hale move up one. So now Yavapai with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 down. They're up 4-0 over Cochise. A ball and a strike now to Valdez, who homered and drove in 4 runs in the first game. He has a chance to add on to his RBI total for this Saturday, as that one gets jacked foul off the pole in the backstop. So a ball and 2 strikes now to Valdez. Peart getting the sign from the catcher, Stinnett. And again, Peart taking a long time between pitches. That one in the dirt, but a good stop by Stinnett. Count goes even to C.J. Valdez, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Peart again, staring in for the sign. Pretty big lead off the bag at second there by Acevedo. The pitch. And that one is in the dirt. And again, good block there by Stinnett. So a full count now on C.J. Valdez. They do have a base open. Pontiac playing pretty shallow there at first. Actually, the whole infield playing shallow. The pitch, and there's a liner over the head of the second baseman, Pearson, into right field. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. A 2-run single for C.J. Valdez, and it's 6-0 Yavapai. 6 RBIs in this doubleheader for Valdez. And Coach Todd Englehart out to talk with the home plate umpire. Don't know if he's chatting with him about another pitching change or not. But there does look to be action in the bullpen. And not 100% sure what's going on here. The home plate umpire saying something to Coach Ryan Cogill. Again, not really sure what this is about, but, and he was pointing at first base, but C.J. Valdez is still there, so can't be too major. 6-0 the score. Willie Cano, the batter. Misses low for ball 1 to Cano. Cano, who's 0 for 2, he's grounded out twice today. Just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning as Yavapai has batted around. Next pitch coming from Peart. Actually, he throws over to first. Getting back safely is C.J. Valdez. Well, first it was Majdik who was struggling on the hill for Cochise in this inning, and now it is Mason Peart. Big swing and a miss. Cano almost helicopters on that swing. And now it's a ball and a strike to the Yavapai shortstop. Peart looks in for the sign from his catcher. Now comes set. Runner goes, swing and a miss, and the throw down to second, and they do get Valdez trying to steal. So the bases are empty now, and it's a 1-2 count for Willie Cano. Now 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cano on an 8-game hitting streak, looking to make it 9. Not going to do it there. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That will do it for Yavapai in the bottom of the 4th, but the Rough Riders bat around, and they plate 6 runs. And after 4 innings of play, the score, Rough Riders 6, Apaches nothing. We'll take a break and be back with more from Rough Rider Park after this.
I enjoy informing and educating people. It makes for a better country and a brighter future.
Rush Limbaugh.
Whatever's hot and whatever matters, guaranteed we will be talking about it. A man, a living legend, a way of life.
The Mandarin of Talk Radio. Rush.
Also known as the scariest and most dangerous man in America to the American left, and that's because I'm right.
The most listened to talk radio program in the universe.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. on the News 1490 and 103.5 FM.
Welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you here. 6-0 the score. Matt Novus back on the mound, and he's got himself one heck of a cushion to work with here after the Rough Riders bat around in the bottom of the 4th and plate 6 runs after having been shut out for the first 3 innings of this game. Cochise now will look to claw their way back into this game, as they have the bottom of the order coming up here. Alex Stinnett, Sean Cooper, and Ismail Pontiac. Stinnett, no official at-bat in this game so far. He walked his first time up. Fastball by Novus is in there for a strike. 0-1 to the Cochise catcher. Next pitch on the way from Novus. Swing and a miss, and just like that, Stinnett finds himself in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Next pitch coming from Novus. That one misses outside. So it's now a ball and 2 strikes to Stinnett. And that one in the dirt. And now Novus runs the count even to Stinnett. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matt Novus, he got the win last Friday in game number 2 versus Chandler Gilbert. As there's a sharp liner foul and almost hit the bus that Cochise used to come up here today. I think that might have hit someone's car, though, which is why I don't park near the ball field here at Rough Rider Park. Still 2-2 the count to Stinnett. Pitch from Novus in the dirt, and now it's a full count to Alex Stinnett. Matt Novus looking in for the sign. Payoff pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Matt Novus starts off the top of the 5th by striking out Alex Stinnett. 5 strikeouts in game number 2 for Novus. 1 down, here's Sean Cooper. Speaking of those strikeouts, Cooper was also a strikeout victim his first time up. Fastball just misses high for ball 1. 1-0 to Cooper, who got the start in right field for Cochise here in game number 2. Off-speed pitch that also misses, and now Novus behind in the count to Cooper. 2 balls, no strikes. Next pitch coming from Novus. Cooper holds up his swing. And it is now 3 balls and no strikes. Next pitch coming from Novus. Fastball in there for a strike. 3-1 now to Cooper. Novus looking to get the advantage here on Cooper. Does not do it there. Low ball 4. Cooper draws the walk, and he is a 1-out base runner for the Apaches with Ismail Pontiac, the batter. Pontiac grounded out to short his first time up. Fastball in there by Novus for a strike. 6-0 the score. Yavapai on top here in the top of the 5th. And because game 1 went extras, this will be a 7-inning game here in game number 2. Chopper foul to the backstop by Pontiac, and he's in the hole. No balls, 2 strikes. Novus comes set at the mound. Swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Strikeout number 6 for Matt Novus. 2 down, and here is Jimmy DeLeon. DeLeon 1 for 2 in this game. He struck out his last time up. Also had a single back in the first inning to get game number 2 started. Fastball misses up. 1-0 the count to DeLeon. Novus also misses up a high on that one. 2 balls, no strikes. Matt Novus, again, did his prep ball at Corona del Sol High School, where he was 6-0 with a 1.33 ERA his senior year. Fly ball hit to left field, left center field, and making the catch there will be Amari Barti, and that will retire the side. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Matt Novus has shut out Cochise through 5, and the Rough Riders lead it 6-0. Novus, as I was mentioning before, an outstanding career for Corona del Sol. In fact, he took part in the 2018 5A, 6A All-Star game, and in that game, he was named the MVP. So had himself a very good time there at the All-Star game. As it looks like we have a new pitcher for Cochise. Looks like it is number 25, Kyle Morrison, who comes to us from the land down under in Melbourne, Australia. And Morrison this year for Cochise, he is 0-2 with an ERA of 2.38. 6 strikeouts and 6 walks in 11 innings of work. So this will be the 3rd different pitcher in game number 2 for the Apaches, who trail 6-0. And again, time running out for them. As again, this is a 7-inning game, so they're going to make their move on Yavapai. They got to do it in their top half of the 6th and 7th innings. Otherwise, it's going to be sweep day for the Rough Riders. And the first batter that Morrison will face for Yavapai, Christian Encarnacion Strand. Strand doubled and scored his last time up for the Rough Riders. Big swing and a miss there. Strike one. Encarnacion Strand 1 for 2 in this game. He had a 2-run knock back in game number 1, his 10th round tripper of the year. Chops that one foul into the Cochise dugout. And now Encarnacion Strand in the hole, no balls, 2 strikes. 6-0 Yavapai ahead in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch coming from Morrison, and that hits Encarnacion Strand on the upper arm. Second time today that Encarnacion Strand has been hit by a pitch. And this will bring Cameron Jowisis to bat. Jowisis had an RBI double his last time up. He's 1 for 2 in game number 2. Morrison comes, sets, and curveball in there for a strike. Morrison getting the sign from Stinnett. Comes, set. Now delivers. That one misses low. A ball and a strike now to Jowisis. Encarnacion Strand at first base for Yavapai. And chopper foul at the plate. And that might have nicked the leg of Jowisis. Jowisis, who in his biography lists as his favorite TV show, The Office. Not a bad show. I'm more of a Parks and Rec guy myself, but to each his own. Chopper foul down the third baseline. Ball and 2 strikes now to Jowisis. Now Jowisis back in the box. Morrison looking in for the sign. Pitch on the way. Misses outside. And the count goes even to Jowisis. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Christian Encarnacion Strand, the runner at first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning as the Rough Riders lead 6-0. Throw back to first, and back safely is Encarnacion Strand. Morrison again looking in for the sign, taking a lot of time between pitches. Now comes set. There's a fly ball, and that is going to go foul and out of play. Looks like into the parking lot next to the ball field here. 2-2 still the count to Jowisis. Cameron Jowisis now with 9 RBIs on the season. Here's a grounder up the middle. De Leon flips it over to second for 1. The throw to first in time for the double play. 6-4-3 goes the play. 2 down just like that. And here's Jacob Robeson. Robeson has been aboard twice today. He has walked and singled. Also scored a run and has stolen 2 bases. Fastball in there for a strike. 0-1 now the count to Robeson. Next pitch coming from Morrison. In the dirt. 1-1 now the count to Robeson. Who in his bio, well, I guess kind of a simple man when it comes to his taste in food. He lists as his favorite food, mac and cheese. Yeah, can't go wrong with that. Big hack there taken by Robeson. Doesn't make contact, so he's in the hole. A ball and 2 strikes. Morrison gets a sign he likes from Stinnett. The pitch. Here's a grounder to short. De Leon bobbles the ball, keeps it in front of him, throws to first, and they do not get Robeson. Actually, a pretty close play in spite of De Leon bobbling the ball, but either way, it's going to be E6, and the inning stays alive on the De Leon error. Two down, runner at first, Amari Barty, the batter. Barty had an RBI double his last time up. Big swing by Barty for strike 1. Six to nothing the score in favor of Yavapai as they look for the sweep in this doubleheader. Pop-up foul and out of play. And Barty in the hole, no balls, 2 strikes. Yavapai College softball team, they have already ended their doubleheader down at Central Arizona College in Coolidge. And the Lady Riders getting the sweep in that doubleheader. And Barty holds up his swing as that ball hits the dirt. So a ball and 2 strikes now to the Yavapai left fielder. Robeson with a decent lead off the bag at first. Morrison comes set, the pitch. Swing, and looks like that'll be foul to the backstop. So the count remains a ball and 2 strikes to Barty. And looking at the American flag out there in center field, looks like that's blowing more toward center to right field. Pitch out, and dropping the ball is the catcher Stinnett, and easily stealing second is Robeson, his 3rd stolen base in the game. And now the Rough Riders with a runner in scoring position and 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Morrison comes set, now comes home. There's a grounder to second, going to go past a diving second baseman Pearson into right for a base hit. And Robeson will trot on home. An RBI single for Barty, his 2nd run driven in this game. And it's a 7-0 Rough Rider lead. This will bring Alec Acevedo to the plate. And again, another costly error for Cochise in this game. As Cochise could have been out of the inning. However, Robeson able to come home after that error, making it 7-0. Throw over to first. And Barty back safely. Acevedo, he's 1 for 2 in this game. He singled, drove in a run, and scored his last time at bat. Next pitch from Morrison. And that misses up and in. 1-0 the count. Runner going, throw down to second, and ball gets away from the second baseman Pearson, and Barty in there safely. And the running Rough Riders are at it again. As well, Coach Kogel is just saying, hey, when it comes to stolen bases, let's go for broke. Let's just keep running until they throw one of us out. Actually, Rough Riders have had one runner caught stealing in this doubleheader. Everyone else, when they've gone off to the races, they've stolen their bases. Acevedo holds up on his swing. 2-1 now the count to the Yavapai first baseman. Acevedo, who last year playing for Nogales High School, made the All 5A Conference second team. Fly ball hit the deep center field, going back, but it doesn't have the distance. Catching at the warning track is the center fielder, Bradshaw, and that will do it for Yavapai in the bottom of the fifth. However, the Rough Riders tack on another run, and after 5 innings of play, it's Yavapai 7, Cochise nothing. We'll be back after this.
Honestly provocative talk radio on the Lars Larson Show.
Presidential candidate Bernie Sanders wants everything to be free, but you wouldn't believe what the bill comes to. Medical care is going to be free in the Bernie Sanders presidency. Also energy. Oh, and jobs, they're going to go away, but you won't have to buy anything because the government will be buying everything for you. The bill comes to $57 billion. How are we going to pay for all that? Oh, I know. We're going to tax the rich.
The Lars Larson Show, Saturdays at 4 p.m. on the News 1490.
Welcome back to Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you. Top of the 6th inning, Matt Novis. Well, he has shut out Cochise through 5. Looking to make it 6 here. As Cochise will send to the plate in this inning, Hernan Yanez, Steven Saunders, and Fernando Brazaban. Yanez making his way to the plate, and Yanez grounded to short his last time up. He's 0 for 1 in this game. He did walk back in the first inning. As Matt Novis, what a day he is having on the mound. Okay, I was wondering what the delay was. The infield umpire had not appeared on the field. I guess he needed to take a break, if you know what I mean. But now he's back there on the first baseline, and we are ready to go with the top of the 6th. Hernan Yanez at bat. First pitch misses up high to Yanez. 1-0 the count. Now Yavapai en route to remaining unbeaten at home so far this season. Yanez pops that one up in the infield, and it looks like it will be Encarnacion Strand coming over to make the catch for out number 1. Steven Saunders now at the plate for Cochise. Saunders had a leadoff triple back in the 4th inning, and then remained at third for the rest of the inning as no one on Cochise was able to bring him home. There's a fly ball to left field. Barty coming in. And that will go down as a single for Saunders. Second hit in this game for the Cochise left fielder. That's going to bring up the cleanup hitter, Fernando Brazaban. Brazaban 0 for 2 in this game. He has grounded out twice. Actually, both times he's been up to the plate in this game, he has grounded out to first base. Pops that one fouling out of play. Actually, hits off the netting around the backstop. So 0-1 the count to Brazaban. Brazaban 1 for 6 in this doubleheader. There's a sharp liner to right. That'll fall in for a base hit. Getting it near the warning track is the right fielder Robeson, as Saunders makes his way over to third. A double for Bradshaw. And now Cochise with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out for Ryan Majdick. Majdick was the starting pitcher, and now he will just be the designated hitter for Cochise. Majdick 0 for 2 in this game. He has struck out both times at the plate. Big swing and a miss by the big guy, Majdick. His size is not listed in the roster, but if I would have to guess, he has got to be well over 6 foot and definitely well over 200 pounds. He is a specimen out there. Swings at a high one. No balls and 2 strikes. Would not be surprised to find out that he also played football for his high school, because he definitely has that build. Runners at second and third now for Cochise here in the top of the 6th. Pitch on the way from Novus. Misses up high, and a good leaping catch there by Ethan Snodgrass to keep that ball from going to the backstop and bringing home Steven Saunders. You know, Cochise showing that they still have life in them in this game, as they are down 7-0. And there's a liner down the right field line, and that one's going to go foul. Ball and 2 strikes to Majdick. Saunders at third, Bradshaw at second for the Apaches. We, after game 1, are now 12-7 on the season. And just gets a piece of that one and pops it foul. 12-7 overall are the Apaches right now, 5-4 in conference play. Yavapai now 8-1 in conference play and 18-2 overall. Novus comes set. Here's the pitch. Pop up, and that will also go fouling out of play. Still a 1-2 count to Majdick as he continues to battle Matt Novus, as the Apaches look to erase that 0 from their side of the scoreboard. This is way up and outside. And Majdick able to work the count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Novus comes set. Pitch on the way. In the dirt, but a good stop there by Snodgrass. So Novus, who had the count 0-2 on Majdick, now facing a 3 balls, 2 strike count. And if he loses Majdick, that will load up the bases for Cochise. Grounder to second. Valdez over to first in time. Saunders will come home. And that is Cochise's first run of the game on the 4-3 putout. RBI for Majdick. Also, Bradshaw over to third. 2 down now for the Apaches with Cameron Pearson, the batter. Shutout now gone for Novus, but he still has a 7-1 lead here in the top of the 6th. And Cochise just 4 outs away from getting swept. Chopper to third. Encarnacion strand up with a throw to first in time. And the top of the 6th comes to an end. Little bit of damage done here as Cochise finally gets on the board, but Yavapai still with the lead. We head to the bottom of the 6th, and it is 7-1. The Rough Riders over the Apaches. By the way, folks, we got some more baseball action coming up for you here on the KYCA live streams. The next 2 Thursdays, we'll be doing some high school baseball for you. This coming Thursday, we'll be over at Prescott High School for our first Badger baseball live stream. The Blue and Gold, they will be taking on Shadow Mountain. Then on Thursday the 12th, we're scheduled to be over at Bradshaw Mountain High School. The baseball team there, they will be in a region game against Flagstaff. 3:45 start times for those games on the KYCA live stream, kyca.info. Our next scheduled live stream of Yavapai College Baseball will be on Thursday, March 19th, as the Rough Riders will be back here taking on Gateway College. As again, we will be bringing you all sorts of baseball and softball live streams this season from Prescott, Bradshaw Mountain, and right here at Yavapai College. Ethan Snodgrass to lead it off for the Rough Riders here in the bottom of the 6th. They're up 7-1. 7 runs, 8 hits, no errors. The line for Yavapai. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error. The line for Cochise. Kyle Morrison in his second inning of relief misses low for ball 1. Snodgrass 0 for 2. He has flied out to center both trips to the plate today. Chopper to third, and that's going to go foul. One and 1 the count to the Yavapai catcher. Next pitch on the way. In the dirt, and it's 2-1 to Snodgrass. Snodgrass to be followed by Damone Hale and C.J. Valdez here in the bottom of the 6th. Yavapai 3 outs away from getting a sweep over Cochise. Fastball in there for a strike. 2-2 now to Ethan Snodgrass. Next pitch coming from Morrison. And there's a fly ball to shallow center field, and that will... Oh, I thought a diving catch was made there by Pearson. Couldn't come up with it. And the ball falls into the Bermuda Triangle of players, so a base hit there by Snodgrass, and coming in as a courtesy runner for the catcher will be number 4, Lance Kelly. Snodgrass with a leadoff hit, and Kelly again the courtesy runner for Damone Hale. Hale holds up his swing, but it's still called strike 1. Hale walked and scored his last time up. Also singled and had the walk-off single in Game 1 for Yavapai. Fastball in there, and Hale in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Morrison gets the sign from his catcher, Stinnett. Pitch on the way. And there's a fly ball down the right field line. And coming in to make the catch is the second baseman, Pearson. And that is out number 1. And this will bring C.J. Valdez to the plate. And what a last day of February this guy has had here today, as he has a home run and 6 RBIs in this doubleheader. Ball in the dirt. 1-0 the count to Valdez, who now extends his hitting streak to 15 games in a row. And what a freshman season C.J. Valdez is having for Yavapai College. Curve misses inside. So 2 balls and no strikes to the Yavapai second baseman. Again, Lance Kelly is the courtesy runner on first for the Rough Riders. Sharp grounder to second. Pearson has it. Throws to the bag for 1. Throw to first and double play. 4-6-3 on the DP there for Coach East. And we have played 6 innings here at Rough Rider Park. Going to the top of the 7th. Last chance for Coach East as they trail the Rough Riders 7-1. We'll be back after this. And we're back here at Rough Rider Park. John Rust with you. 7th inning. And the Rough Riders are 3 outs away from getting the sweep over Cochise. And we do have a new pitcher for Yavapai College. And trying to get the number on who that is, and really can't see it clearly right now. Number 16, and that is John Neely. So he comes in to relieve Matt Novus, who allowed just 1 run through 6 innings. Great day on the hill for Novus. And now John Neely will look to come in and finish things off for the Rough Riders. Bottom of the order due up for Cochise here in the top of the 7th. Leading off is Alex Stinnett, who is now ahead in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Stinnett has struck out and walked here in game number 2. Get you the stats on John Neely after this pitch, which goes low into the backstop. 2-0 the count now to Stinnett. John Neely, a sophomore. He is 2-0 with a 2.65 ERA, 1 save, 20 strikeouts, 8 walks in 17 innings of work. 2-0 pitch coming from Neely. Misses outside. 3-0 now to Stinnett. Stinnett, Cooper, and Pontiac due up for Cochise in the top of the 7th. Next pitch coming from Neely. And he hits the corner on that one for his first strike. 3-1 the count here to Alex Stinnett. Under rather cloudy skies here. Started off the day with very sunny conditions, and now the cloud cover has really moved in. Outside, ball 4. And Stinnett draws the leadoff walk, his second BB of this game. Sean Cooper now comes to the plate. And it looks like we're going to get a pinch runner here for Stinnett. And that will be number 6, Mohamed Boyi. Cooper 0 for 1. He has walked and struck out in this game. And that one misses low. Ball 1. John Neely trying to put the bow on this game, but we're having a little difficulty here with the control right now to get things started in the top of the 7th. Yavapai up 7-1. And that one's in there for a called strike. 1-1 to Cooper. Boy, the runner at first, courtesy runner for Stinnett. Next pitch from Neely. And that just hits the inside corner. And now Neely ahead in the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Neely sets on the mound. There's a liner to left center field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. And the first 2 batters for Cochise reach base. So a bit of a rough start here in the 7th inning for Neely, as we are going to get a pinch hitter for Pontiac, and that is number 1, Donnie Musgrove. Two on and nobody out here, as Cochise showing they still have signs of life. Yavapai just needs 3 more outs to finish off this game. Fastball misses for ball 1. Donnie Musgrove hitting a .195 this season with 5 RBIs for the Apaches. Neely checks the runner at second. Now comes home. Fastball misses low. 2-0 the count. As Neely has been struggling with his control here in the 7th inning. Boy, the runner at second. Cooper, the runner at first. And that next pitch misses. 3 balls and no strikes. Neely looking to get a strike here on Musgrove, the pinch hitter. Checks the runner at second, now comes home. Fastball hits the corner for a strike. 3-1. And again, this is the bottom of the order here for Cochise. After Musgrove, they'll turn the order over again. So you got De Leon, Yanez, and Saunders to deal with. And that one misses inside. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Cochise here in the 7th. Well, things had been going smoothly for Yavapai, and now they just run into a wall here in the 7th inning. Bases loaded and nobody out. And yeah, Rough Riders up 7-1, but the way things are, this game is far from over with Jimmy De Leon, the batter. And that one misses, ball 1. Coach Cogill, he's coming out to the mound, and I think this is going to do it for John Neely. And unfortunately for Neely, just did not have his control working today. And that's got to be disappointing for the young man. Come in here trying to close out the game and just have a hard time trying to find the strike zone. And now bases loaded, nobody out for Cochise. Home plate umpire heading out to the mound to break up the meeting here. And it does look like Coach Cogill is going to leave John Neely in the game. Could be a confidence move here. Coach Cogill saying to Neely that, look, you got good stuff. I have faith in your stuff, and I have faith that you can get us out of this jam. De Leon, 1 for 3 in this game. He flied out to left his last time up. That misses low. 2 balls and no strikes to Jimmy De Leon. Hernan Yanez waiting on deck. Next pitch on the way from Neely. Fastball in there. 2-1 the count to Jimmy DeLeon. Neely comes set, delivers. Off-speed pitch, hits the inside corner. And the count goes even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yavapai in desperate need of getting it out here. That would certainly do wonders to John Neely's confidence with the bases loaded and nobody down. Chopper up the middle, base hit into center field. And that will bring home a run. Jimmy DeLeon with the RBI single. And it's 7-2. Cochise down by 5. Bases still loaded. Nobody out. Hernan Yanez, the batter. And it is officially a not fun late Saturday afternoon for John Neely. Yanez 0 for 2 in this game. He's popped out, grounded out, and walked. First pitch by Neely. One 1-0 the count to Yanez. Cooper at third. Musgrove at second, and DeLeon at first for the Apaches. Still nobody out in this inning. Fastball in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Neely comes set. Delivers. Almost hits Yanez. 2-1 the count to Yanez. As the Mountain View alum gets set for his next pitch. Swing and a miss. And the count goes even to Yanez, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We do have action in the Yavapai bullpen. First 4 batters for Cochise in this inning have reached base safely. 2-2 pitch on the way. Right back to the mound. They're going to come home 1. Throw to first. Double play. No, it's not a double play. The first baseman drops the ball, and another run comes home. Actually, hang on a second. I think that ball might have hit the runner. And Coach Cogill is out talking the home plate umpire over this. Again, I did not see if that hit the runner or not. But almost a double play. They did get Cooper at home on the 1-2, but could not turn the double play. And because of that, Musgrove scored. Yanez safe at first. But Yavapai does have an out with now runners at the corners for Cochise. And Saunders the batter. 7-3 the score. Cochise starting to crawl back. Pop-up foul and out of play. And Saunders steps back into the batter's box. Jimmy DeLeon, the runner at third now for Cochise. Pitch on the way from Neely. Gets away from, actually, now they're going to say that hits Saunders, and that will reload the bases. And the struggles for Neely continue in this inning. And Coach Cogill going to come out to the mound, and this will do it for John Neely. Just not Neely's day today as he comes in, and Actually, every batter in this inning for Cochise has reached base safely. The only saving grace for Yavapai here was a comebacker to the mound, and Neely was able to get the runner at home. However, they could not turn the double play. New pitcher in for Yavapai, and it will be Trey Morrill. Morrill, normally a starter, now getting his chance out of the bullpen in this game. Morrill, he is 1-0 this season with a 3.65 ERA. Does have one save, 13 strikeouts, 7 walks in 12 innings of work. Last year, Morrill made the All-ACCAC second team. Native of Fruita, Colorado. Attended Fruita Monument High School there, where he was an all-state player, also an all-league player in basketball. So Morrill coming in, looking to close it down here for Yavapai. And again, sometimes the last 3 outs of a game are the hardest to get. Yavapai pretty much cruising along here the first 6 innings. Matt Novis just pitching a gem, only allowing 1 run. Then came the 7th inning, and Cochise showing that they are still very much in this game. 7-3 is the score. Bases loaded, just 1 out. And the cleanup hitter, Fernando Brazaban, is at the plate. Brazaban 1 for 3 in this game. He doubled his last time up. He's also grounded out to first twice. First pitch by Morrill. Fastball misses low for ball 1. Steven Saunders over at first base for Cochise. Got there on a hit by pitch. And that one misses low. 2-0. And Yavapai pitching just having a hard time finding the strike zone here in the 7th inning. Yavapai just 2 outs away from getting the win. Looks like they're going to have to grind it out to get those final 2 outs. Swing and a miss by Brazaban, and it's 2-1 to the Cochise center fielder. Next pitch coming from Trey Morrill. Another big swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes now to Brazaban, as Morrill fights his way back from a 2-0 count to even the count. Bases loaded, 1 down here in the top of the 7th. Chopper to first, but that's going to go foul. For Cochise, De Leon at third, Yanez at second, and Saunders at first. And another sharp grounder down the first base line that goes foul. Still 2-2 the count. Morrill comes set at the mound. Delivers. There's a fly ball hit to deep right field. And outfielders collide. I think they did make the catch. I'm not sure. And I think the out was made, and I think the catch was made in the outfield. Okay, so right now we have trainers going out to right field to check on the outfielders. Now, there was an out recorded. I believe what happened was the batter, Brad, why don't you come in here and explain to everyone what happened here?
So the catch was not made. The two fielders collided, but then the batter ran past the runner on first, and therefore that's an out. And so we recorded an out because of that. But two runs still scored, and we did get one out at least.
Okay, and that was Yavapai Athletic Director Brad Clifford with the explanation on what just happened here. So, again, Yavapai does get an out. However, 2 runs do score, and it is now 7-5 as Cochise within striking distance, and Ryan Majdik, the batter. Majdik had an RBI ground out his last time up. And Majdik representing the tying run at home plate for Cochise. Pitch by Morrill. There's a fly ball to deep left center field, going back, and making the running catches the center fielder, Damon Hale, and the inning comes to an end, and the Rough Riders able to survive the Cochise comeback and get the win. Final score 7-5. And, well, the Rough Riders certainly gave some people around here some heart palpitations and maybe had them reach for the Rolaids in this 7th inning, but they were able to pull off the win. Final scores here today from Rough Rider Park. Game 1, Yavapai 10-9 win. Here in Game 2, 7-5 win. The sweep for the Rough Riders as they now extend their winning streak to 11 games in a row, and they are 13-0 at home. Well, that's going to do it for our first live stream of the season for Yavapai College Baseball. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here on our KYCA.info live stream. And next time we'll see you here on the Sports Spectacular live stream this Thursday as we will be at Prescott High School. The Badgers taking on Shadow Mountain in baseball, 3:45 first pitch. Till then, for Jason Zinzaletta here at KYCA, I'm John Rust saying goodnight, everybody.
The KYCA Sports Spectacular has been brought to you by Yavapai College. With expert instruction, small class sizes, and affordable tuition, Yavapai College will connect you to your future. Visit yc.edu today. Thanks for tuning in to today's feature presentation on the KYCA Sports Spectacular.